Greetings, stowaways. This episode comes with a content warning for discussion and depiction of alcoholism, drug abuse, drug addiction, and relapsing. Thank you, and enjoy the show. Greetings and salutations, and welcome to Flintlocks and Fireballs, where a handful of mad actors will attempt to survive the treacherous waters of Dungeons and Dragons. I'm your host, Dungeon Master Jason Phelps.
Robbie just hit themselves in the face trying to look astonished.
And I am joined, as ever, by Robbie, Golden Delicious Bellekom, Sam, Granny Smith Burns, and Ellie Scrumpy Jack Sparrow.
Fuck yeah, Scrumpy! It's terrible. I hate it.
It is the worst.
It's real bad.
Start a
I was
fight in
trying
an
to
empty
think of
room on
any
that.
other apples at that point. It's like all I could think of was cocks.
Robbie Cox Bellekom. Yeah. And Jason Penis Phelps.
That well-known apple.
Yes.
The penis.
And the famous actor, Jason Penis. Imagine if you made your middle name on your stage name Penis. Do you think anyone could stop you?
Oh, your initials would be JPP.
JPP.
My initials actually are like I mean they're JPDP, but which is
JPDP is less bad than JPP.
Oh, is it?
PP is pretty bad.
PP.
Depends where your mind is at.
It
Actually,
does.
I suppose.
It does.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
So
Hi.
we're joined in person by Robbie today, but alas, not Sam.
Oh, Sam,
We miss him. We wish we could touch his beard, but alas, we
I want to put
can't.
my face in it.
Sam, of course, having the benefit of always having his face in it.
Sam can always
True.
touch his own beard. It's not fair. I want to touch it.
I'm doing it now so you can live vicariously through me, okay?
Oh,
Tell me how it feels.
I've had a haircut and my
Soft.
hair's really short now and I want to put Sam's beard on my head. Pretend I have long hair.
That would be very fun. Extremely
Sam, next
fun.
time I see you, you have to put your head on top of mine.
Why have I never done this?
It just looked like you had weirdly wavy fringe.
I want to see this.
I would like a picture where one of us has Jason's hair on their head and the other one has Sam's beard. We take a picture together with our lovely new haircuts.
Can we have Jason's hair being a beard?
Yes.
Excellent.
I don't know how, but I'm going to say yes, and then we're going to figure it out
just
later.
kind of like have me facing you, so
I'm gonna
it's just
glue
back
it
my head
on.
of the camera.
Yeah.
Then you won't be able to leave. You'll be glued to my face. It's been a
I
long
feel like
week, isn't it?
scissors are a way out of that, but like it
No.
depends how hostile you're
No.
feeling.
Hostile. Apparently.
My instinct, improv-wise then, to get out of that was to pretend scissors didn't exist. That's how I was going to be like,
Wow.
scissors?
What are
I've never heard
scissors?
of
Never
those.
heard of them.
What the fuck are you talking about? This session's going to be really weird.
Which brings us to an important question. Future us, and these messages from the present, can you confirm whether or not scissors exist? Future Jason here, and I can neither confirm nor deny the existence of scissors. This episode of Flintlocks and Fireballs is brought to you by you. As ever, a massive thanks to our crew members on the Flintlocks Patreon who help keep this ship sailing. There's a wealth of extra content and bonus features for patrons, including regular blog posts, extra stories narrated by the cast, artwork, and a monthly poll for the community to help design an element to go into the game. You can check it out at patreon.com/Flintlocks and Fireballs, link in the description. We are an affiliate of dnddice.com, makers of beautiful specialty dice since 2010. Whether you need dice because you're masquerading as a vampire, calling Cthulhu, or are some sort of Pathfinder gathering the magic munchkins, you can click through our affiliate link in the description and grab yourself or a friend some particularly sexy dice or a particularly sexy leather dice bag. We are also an affiliate of Zavi, fine producers of nerdy garments and handy household items. Remember, you can click through the affiliate link in the description and use code FLINTLOCKS20 to take 20% off clothing and FLINTLOCKS10 to take 10% off not clothing. And that's it for announcements this time. Back to you, Past Jason.
I think they said no.
I mean, honestly, it's even odds that they said no, or we got the standard
Yes.
the messages.
I think they probably told us what the announcements were.
Yes.
And
That
comment
seems
on
quite
scissors. That's
likely.
probably what happened. Yeah.
I wonder if there are any scissor-based announcements. I have to start a project.
I'm sorry, but we need to stop saying the word scissor because my brain's in the gutter. So.
Oh, alas.
It's not me for once.
That's a good point. Got to add to the list of the dead, Captain Decade.
Oh.
How did you get there from scissors?
I mean,
We don't know anything about Captain Dickhead. Maybe Captain Dickhead's a lesbian. We don't know.
I mean, actually, true. I'll roll for Captain Decade.
No.
Cool. Right. Well, that's something interesting. That's all right. I've literally been rolling for who lives and dies after some.
It's been really brutal. Every so often he rolls a 1 and goes, "Oh!"
I'm like, oh, you're dead.
There's been a sigh, and now we don't trust the sigh.
He's been rolling this blood red dice to himself and just killing people in the corner for last like half an hour.
Well, like the first episode of Death Note, we're just like
That is literally
criminals drop from
dancing around the
rooftops.
notebook like, "Aha! That's from you."
Just scores of people flopping dead.
Anime went to some weird places by the end. I didn't even finish all of it.
We're about 2/3 of the way through.
It
and
got
we kind of ran
really
out of steam.
weak after, I'm sorry, but Sherlock died.
Yeah, which was a stupid reveal anyway.
Yeah, it was stupid. Like, as soon as he died, I wasn't as interested.
Yeah, no. Only character I was interested in.
Yeah. It just got less good, you know.
And on that cheerful note of things getting less good, it's time to begin.
It's time to do a shit podcast. Let's fucking go.
Flintlocks and Fireballs. Our land stands on the sabre's edge.
Our cities are a powder keg.
Brother chains, brother, no one's free. A life on land is short, you'll see.
So gather your muskets, gather your spears, we'll plunder the shores of Calcinea. No kraken, storm or spell we fear, so come and sail with us, my dear.
It is the 23rd of Falling Leaves. And previously on Flintlocks and Fireballs, there was the battle for Newmark. They're giggling because they shove pencils in their noses.
He looked down at his nose really seriously when he looked at me with their pencils in our nose. It was so funny.
And he just carried on. So we were there for ages.
He just looked at us like a school teacher who was disappointed and just continued talking. It was amazing. He was just like, fuck's sake, just continue with the intro. I'm so sorry. Please continue with your excellent storytelling.
All our dead friends, please. All our friends that
All
you
our
just
friends are
killed.
dead. Yeah, with the evil red D20 that kills people. Please continue.
It is the 23rd of Falling Leaves, 1798. The previous day, the 22nd, was the Battle for Newmark. In a decisive conflict for the independence of the Osirian colony that has allowed it to continue fighting, the forces of Newmark's militia backed up by the support of the Deadeye's gang, a coalition of sorts of local democratically minded goblins, and also members of the 30 Cutthroats gang, a cadre of demons, and a lot of soldiers stood up against the encroaching forces of the Osirian Redcoats. At sea, the city's impromptu navy met the forces of the Osirian Navy, with their reinforcements arriving a good 20 or 30 minutes or so before the Scarlet Winds were able to come onto the scene. Things seemed grim, and yet the tide was undeniably turned by what can only be described as a miracle. The charismatic, serpentine, apparently tiefling, Poppy, shedding his mortal coil to assume the form of the serpent god Apophis, and literally, as far as anyone can tell, devouring the sun, cloaking the battlefield, and really, who knows how much else, in night. First thing in the morning, just absolute darkness, and blessing all who called out his name with the power to see in amidst that dark as if it were day. This gave the defenders a crucial tactical advantage, especially at sea, where it halved the range of the attacking ships while preserving the already halved, due to the intense gale force winds, range of the defenders. Even so, the fight was close. The coastal battery that defended the town fell. And even as the defending land forces whittled down the encroaching redcoats and resurrectionists, they were slaughtered by the coastal bombardment of the Royal Navy. However, the Scarlet Winds arrived in the nick of time, and thanks to the ultimately the heroic sacrifice of the merchant ship, the Wilma, amongst a number of others, indeed, including the privateer ship, the Lightning, and temporarily at least the Witch's Tit, among other ships that fell. The Navy was able to prevail. After the damage sustained by the HMS Integrity, the flagship of the fleet, as it was caught by anti-gravity magic, which their precautions this time round were insufficient to prevent, because it turns out 4 mages all casting Dispel for 3 rounds straight can't make their fucking intelligence checks.
I got a high DC.
They
Well,
also,
it was
yeah.
level
Also, like seriously, like those,
17,
the first thing they rolled, like fucking no one rolled over an 8 for for the first 2 rounds.
I swear there were a lot of ones on both sides in the
Yeah,
last battle,
like,
and it shows
the
how
artillery,
many people are fucking
the
dead.
artillery commanders in particular need to be shot. Like they blew up half their cannons.
It was so windy.
I mean, the Wilma might have lived had it not blown up twice. Oh god.
Not blown itself up
Yeah,
twice.
it kept setting fire to
Wilma was
itself.
kind of the chaos ship of that battle.
I mean, honestly, like when you have like 9 hit points per ship, the loss of 1 hit point when you roll a 1 is no fucking joke, actually, is it?
Significant, yeah.
I think we need to dredge up the Wilma, fix it, and call it the Wilma's Ghost, because that's a good name for a ship.
Fun.
And paint it like white.
Be cool.
However, ultimately the victory was achieved at cost, with the ruin of close to half the original defending fleet before the arrival of the Scarlet Winds, and the loss of the
The Maria
dissolution.
went down as well.
Sorry?
The Maria went down as
Yeah,
well.
the Maria went down, the Wilma went down, the Lightning went down. What didn't go... none of the Scarlet Winds went down. The No Regrets took a bit of damage. But
Kraken's Bane stayed up.
Kraken's Bane stayed up.
The Basilisk did nothing. It did nothing. The Basilisk didn't get.
The Basilisk did plenty, but
Didn't get a single hit.
just didn't manage to get any hits in.
Shot some cannonballs into the water.
Yeah. I feel bad about that, given how threatening a ship that they were meant to be. But
They just rolled.
Oh, they
shit.
were.
But
it was just
equally,
windy.
all of the fucking all the artillery were like nowhere near a threat.
No
The giant eagles failed to really contribute.
Look at the giant eagles were fucked for the whole thing. I feel like
Again.
nobody had a good day though.
No, that
Yeah.
I rolled a 6 on wind for weather, and that
Yeah,
just that fucked
It
everything.
really did fuck everything though.
Although actually, I rolled 4 for rain. If it had been 1 high, you'd have had storm. You'd have had lightning throughout that battle as well.
I mean, that could have been kind of helpful, honestly.
For you,
I mean,
yeah.
For me specifically. For nobody else. But
Yeah.
for me specifically,
Yeah,
it would have
but
been
you're
great.
outside,
Yeah.
so great.
Yeah.
Instead, you had hail.
Which is awful.
Yay!
Nevertheless, the land battle ultimately you emerged successful, but the defending militia, by and large, crumbled under the onslaught of coastal batteries and attrition taken during the attempted fording of the River Hound. By the end, only 2 units successfully retained cohesion. Those of the Deadeyes and the Goblin Militia, led by Sen Hui. Some of whom were crime friends, actually. That was an interesting sort of democratic crime alliance, that one. As you'll recall, they were originally... You didn't take up Chen Cheng's offer of just employing the crime friends. Yeah, Chen Cheng's original offer of employing the 30 cutthroats, but instead did the much harder task of paying a large amount of money and helping unfix an election by cutting the heads off 2 other crime gangs completely.
Crime friends.
And a small correction from last time. I called the captain of the Lantern Shen Yu. That is wrong. The captain of the Lantern, one of the 4 ships of the Scarlet Winds, is Yao Te, the bugbear. Shen Yu is, or I should say, was the first mate of the
That
Witch's
dice is
Tit.
evil.
So evil.
And was the head of the Shen clan of goblins who, yes, left the Kraken's Bane to crew the Witch's Tit.
Guild.
Which brings us to the 23rd morning of the 23rd of Falling Leaves.
That's a nasty wake up, isn't it? You forget for a second. And then you're like, oh god! Like, oh.
After an exhausting day, the fallout of the battle, surgeries performed, spells expended, lives saved, others lost, bodies drenched. The cold grey sun is greeted by rising smoke. In some places from pyres, in others from burnt offerings or incense. You find yourselves at the request, actually, at Vig's somewhat unsteady request, at the edge of the harbour, where, let me just check this, 39 bodies are being, or rather I should say 39 bodies are being laid to rest in a distinctive fashion. Overnight, the fire kilns were procured and certain rites performed. And now, in some with adorned vases, others in simple earthenware pots, the ashes of the Witch's Tits crew, many, if not most of whom, were members of the Shen clan of goblin sailors, are laid to rest. A local bugbear woman from town, who, in fact, actually no, I can give you specifics on who this is. It's actually someone you've met. Leading the procession is a small goblin woman who you've met before, Leong Ray, the second.
Lady, yeah?
Sorry?
The older lady.
Yeah, the older lady. Her thin white hair, high today, not in the low bun of before, but arranged a little more ceremonially. Her wrinkled orange skin made up in places with distinctive pigments, and her baggy blue top changed out for a plain black and yellow robe. Behind her, you see her spirit, the chameleon-like form of it, slowly wafting along in the air, following the trail of smoke from a censer she carries as she leads the procession forwards. 36 members of the surviving crew carry the urns, and a handful of others carry lanterns, paper lanterns on long sticks with them, lighting the way. It's not the only funeral to happen. The head of them is, you see with the most ornate jar, that of the former clan leader, Shen Yu. Words are said, and you watch as each one in turn has the jar. They raise the jar, speak final words to them, and cast them, jar and all, into the sea. Before returning to some to quiet, to think, others to say more prayers, most to get drunk.
Fair.
They are sailors.
Yeah.
It is but one service of many.
Anyone who needs a song and doesn't know anyone else who can do one.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just make myself known to be available. I don't turn up, but
In
anyone
an
who asks
informal
is
way,
yes.
you find yourself playing a few songs to taste the honoured dead. And there are some others you see, some you visit. Captain Torfast Scorcher's body is not recovered.
Oh no.
He is unable to be found, but the survivors of the lightning do raise some glass in his name, and you are invited to play for that.
I would join them, yeah.
Yeah.
Probably a raucous affair for him, one would imagine.
It's a little forced drinking at first, but it gives way to tales of his life and previous hauls. Similarly to, in a not dissimilar fashion to many of the crew of the Kraken's Bane and others. They were pirates before they were privateers. And it is a celebration to which the crew of the actual pirate ships that are serving to defend things readily take after. You are I'm going to say that in this let's go for a slight one up different. And in this sort of more festival type wake, you hear news from you find yourself nodding to people you haven't seen in some time as they arrive, as they meet in the bar. The huge bugbear form of Yaute, actually, with her soft reddish fur and black hair. Same, actually, long hair, shaved at the sides, tied back into a queue, similar to the Shen clan of goblins. She is wheeled in on her wheelchair by her first mate, and sort of raises a thick paw in salute to you.
Slightly weak salute back.
Before heading pretty much straight to the bar. You actually see there are this would actually be. Hold up, let me just tell you which bar this is, because the bars survived.
Jesus.
For the most part.
That's impressive.
I'm going to say this isn't even it's not even a bar. This is, although actually no, so this would be, fuck it, this is Jim Diamond's Bar and Barbecue.
Hey!
So, let's change out the music
KFC.
to be Jim Diamond
Somebody's
specific.
funeral is in KFC. That's so depressing. Oh god.
The drinks are cheap.
Yeah, it's true. And he's probably really kind.
Yeah.
Which is all you
Yeah,
really
you
need.
actually is pouring a beer, like the burly-armed human man, bushy beard, checkered red-black shirt, pours out a drink and is talking to Corzin. I'll say like, yep, owls. Well, hell, shame to see old Torfast go. Was a good friend of mine, that man Captain Scorch.
Yes, he will definitely be missed.
Suppose I'll never pay up his tab now.
What was that, by way of interest?
Long.
Well, he took a number of things seriously, and definitely one of them was drinking.
That's to be sure. And so he gives a little sign of the Regent, and then after a moment pauses, gives another little sign of like a weird little like spiral in front of his chest instead.
Oh.
You've noticed this sign has been made a few times, and there's a lot of people, especially a lot of members of the militia, who seem to be wearing little rags or little bits of cloth with little spiral serpents crudely
Oh, fuck.
inked on them.
We did a bad thing here.
So bad.
But it's alright, we're gonna leave and not see the long-term
We started
consequences.
a baby little cult. Just a little one.
You resurrected a cult.
I think we maybe started a religion at this point, unfortunately. I think that's what's
Yeah,
happened.
once it
isn't
gets this legitimate, that's a religion.
Well, it's okay. Celestia loves religion, so.
Where's Scamp's cult? We need to... Side quest. Don't start cult.
I wonder how far that went. Like, was that everywhere that was daylight was dark, or?
We should find out.
Gotta say, that was certainly
We're not here, are we?
one of the weirdest things I ever saw.
Yeah.
Mind you, though, it was a wild thing. I was out there myself with old Bessie. Thumbs backwards to a blunderbuss recently remounted on the wall. Gotta say, barely, more or less sheer luck, and my grill chef, thanks to the quick work of my latest grill chef, that I've managed to come out of that alive.
Was it particularly heavy here, the fighting?
Well, not so heavy here, but I was up with Captain Decade's unit, right in the front lines, volunteered.
Oh.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, I heard they saw their fair share of action.
yeah, I mean, she's over there, points, and you can see there is surrounded by a thick congregation, a soldier, like, with her arm in a sling, toasting, clearly the hero of the hour,
Amazing.
Dead was amazing.
Captain Lucille Decade.
Excellent.
Spelt like dickhead.
Yes.
I understand it's a Sulian surname. I rolled, Captain Decade survived.
Yay!
The unit went down, but
I'm
Decade
excited.
survived.
Yay for her.
There's been some real, gotta say, it's the first time I've ever seen a miracle. You know, they say about it in Regent's Day school when you grow up, but then never actually. I mean, Regent's tits. I don't know what do we say now. I suppose like shed your scales.
Apophis'
sun got
arsehole says a really, really apocalyptically drunk Celestia from somewhere in the
Does it
vicinity.
have an asshole?
Do snakes have assholes?
They have a cloaca.
Yeah, they do.
What the fuck is that word that you just said?
It's a good one. I saw it in a book, so I remembered it.
Cloaca.
It's like a cloak for your ass.
Yeah, it's a hole that just does everything. It covers all bases.
Well, Apophis'
All-purpose
cloaca
hole.
doesn't sound as good.
no.
So fuck you.
Maybe it can have both.
God, it's been
What, two
early
arseholes?
Yes.
Great. I'll take that. That sounds fine. I'm sorry. Is Celestia plausibly not drunk?
No.
at this
Yeah, I
point?
know.
Come
it's-
on. She's fucked.
Oh, it's early day drinking. That's all. Not the only, mind you, minor miracles. I heard they managed to fish up Captain Stark of the Wilmer as well.
Oh, God.
Really?
Yep.
Lucky fucker.
Still be recovering for some time, but seems to have made it through the night.
Well, as and when they're in a fit state, I need to buy them a drink.
We need to fix
Or
some
10.
boats.
Yep. And welcome to bring him here. Yeah. Speaking of which, I understand that you folk were out there on was it the Kraken's Bane?
Yeah, somehow
right.
we were weirdly okay, actually. I don't really know how it happened.
I got hit by a cannonball.
You did, but you weren't on the boat when it happened.
No, so it's fine.
No, it's absolutely fine. That doesn't count.
I got caught in a net. And
if
then
you're
I
not on the
sank.
boat when you get hit by a cannonball,
It doesn't count. It's
Yeah.
fine. I sank
Heard
to the
you-
bottom. It was weird down there. And then I got bored and
It
left.
sounds actually mortifying, and you're saying it like it's a cute little story, and I hate it, and I wish I was dead.
I was really fine. Like, I was probably safer down there than I was anywhere else.
Safer from
I mean, you
cannonballs,
could
at
breathe,
least.
I suppose.
I could breathe down there. Me and Jeffrey had a lovely little sit down.
I'm never letting you out of my sight ever again. Not in a fight, anyway. Other times, just see what the fuck you like.
Tell you what, how about, since it seems you helped save I heard you were somehow, instrumental in that whole, floating ship thing happening a second time.
Oh, it was a miracle.
Oh, miracles all around.
Yeah.
Well,
This is arsehole.
Yeah, no, his arsehole did not levitate a ship.
I was insulting.
I'll,
That was
Fuck
my
up my
miracle. I
flow.
get a cult too, please.
Scamp's arsehole.
No, okay.
well,
No.
since it's a time for miracles, I suppose you can have, you folks eating breakfast?
Sure.
I don't know anymore.
Yes.
But I could eat another
What
breakfast
time
if
is
I
it?
had.
Oh, it's like 8. in the
Oh, I've
morning.
been up drinking then, haven't
Yeah,
I?
yeah.
I
yeah.
slept at some point, but maybe it was at a weird time.
Oh, yeah.
I've just not realised it's morning. That's
Yeah.
what's I completely
Have
stand
fights.
by it. I'm not
Yeah.
going to retcon the drunk.
No.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're at a funeral. Be
Yeah,
impolite
this is
to be
awake.
sober.
It's
Yeah.
fine. Right, well, sit. Right, well, least I can do is help make sure you get fed.
Yes, please.
Here we go. Round of meats in the special sauce for these three.
Meats.
You see, you faintly see, just like under the bar, something or someone. You just see the top of a colander bobbing along, pass up
Aw.
a plate of meats and roast corn slathered with gravy, and then hustle off into the back.
Have I lost my mind?
I doubt it somehow, but
Did you all
Probably,
just see
but
that?
no, that, yeah.
that
I'm
Amazing.
quite aware that I'm in extremely deep shock right now. I just want to check in, you know?
no, I'm fairly certain that was Colander. I wasn't gonna mention it though.
Just check it. None of this meat is people meat, is it? Just,
As far as I know, it's well, that's chicken. That's beef. I think that might be
Genuinely frowned
fish.
upon, Scamp.
okay. You know, just
Big bad
bad
lots of burning.
experiences.
People taste weird. Don't explain this at all. I have eaten person. It happened on the podcast.
Like,
Yep.
There's a
Hairy.
Jim Diamond sort of licks his lips for a moment.
I only had a little bit of people. It was rubbish. And also quite disturbing, honestly.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna inquire about that.
I
That's
wouldn't,
not
darling,
safe.
honestly.
Let's just put this on.
You've had enough terror for 124 hours.
Put this on Torfast's tab
Oh.
in honor of Captain Scorch.
Well, you're adorable. Thank you.
Fucker's
Thank
never
you.
gonna pay me.
No, he's not, and I'm sorry.
You see various people are clustering around. I am actually going to say that the next person to come up and speak that you see is actually elbowing their way to the bar is a very recognizable tiefling. Pinkish purple skin, curled goat horns,
No.
short, neatly combed black hair, and dark purple blank eyes that match her shirt and trousers, navy blue waistcoats, wraps around her hooves, and a pink silk scarf at her collar. It is, of course, Victory Corzin, who you have not seen really for some time. Honestly, probably may not have really seen yesterday. She plants herself at the bar and says, looks up at Jim Down and goes, I'd like a bit, please. I get you sarsaparilla. I'll take that.
It's really good.
Can't seem to get beer outside of home anymore. Hello!
Hello, you're alive!
You're alive!
I'm alive!
Are we doing hugs?
Yeah!
Yay! She comes and awkwardly hugs you.
I got hit by a cannonball just here, and then I went in the net. How did you go?
Fuck!
That's alright, it's happened before.
Yeah, they went under the water, which apparently was actually fine.
How are you?
Good. We needed to get here quickly. So I tried to give us a lot of wind, and then a lot more wind, and it sort of got a bit carried away.
Oh, was that you?
Did you do all the wind?
She looks a little awkwardly.
You're fucking kidding. You do that much wind now?
Stormfront. Wow.
That's fun.
It might have just been a coincidence.
Right.
I mean,
That was a lot of
I've
wind
said it
tonight.
might just be a coincidence a few times about things I've done. It's definitely not been a coincidence.
It literally never has.
It's never a
actually.
coincidence.
So you felt like it was you, chances are it's probably you.
Have you ever made it rain when you lost your temper?
No.
That sounds
But-
very dramatic.
It's good though. I like
I'd
it.
like to do that.
But sometimes I go invisible, or there's fire, or I end up in another plane of reality, in a dark place, a shadowy place.
Or you
It's
lose
rubbish.
all your hair,
Or I
or
lose
you
all my
get a
hair.
pig feather bit, or you nearly kill me with fire.
There was that one. Or there's sometimes it was lightning. Sometimes I can't.
I
even
get
do
the
that.
lightning. I get
Yeah,
the
but
lightning.
it's like not from above, but just like out. Sometimes
Wasn't
I do
there that
loads more. Like next thing I do is really powerful.
Wasn't there that time you turned yourself into a sheep?
There was a time I turned into a sheep.
That was mortifying. It was a very stressful day. I was worried
Kind
you were
of
going to
wish
be
I
a
was
sheep for
there.
like a month.
You know, I think I could probably do that. Huh. I think I know how that works now.
Well,
It does just
That's
work like
great.
that, though, doesn't it? Sometimes you just. Oh. Okay. She leans in close. When we've got a bit of time,
Yeah.
can you help me steal a mansion?
Yes. I mean, we have one. Do you want one? No, you can't just give away our things.
I mean, if you've got a mansion, I could try and steal that.
I mean,
I mean, we're not
technically
using
we
it.
already stole it, so it's like pre-stolen. But
Yeah,
if
it's
we
ready-
steal another
pre-stolen.
one, we could have
One
two
we stole
mansions.
earlier.
But can you take it with you?
No? Can you?
Excuse me?
Maybe?
What the fuck does that
That
mean?
sounds amazing.
Like a house you can take with you, like
Like a boat.
I think it works.
A boat's a house.
I
All
think it
we've learned
works
to
like
do with
the
houses is
bags.
knock them down a lot.
I think it works like the bags, but bigger.
That's fun.
Maybe. It's all. You know that instinct you get?
Yeah, on that note, I need something from your sending room. Don't know why. Just do.
Well, that's fine.
Okay. If Mum says it's fine.
Oh. Like literally anything. Like a bit of wood. Or a piece of paper that's been sat there for a
What
while.
about some, like, I don't know, like a rag that you mop stuff up with? I was going to say loo roll, and then I realised that wasn't a thing.
It'll be a sponge.
So I had to, try and make something up,
Why
but
did
it
it
didn't
be
go
in the
well.
sending room?
I don't know, maybe somebody was having a sending poo. It's none of my business.
Sending
Probably
room.
get you a splinter.
It's very
yeah, that'll
drunk.
do it. I just need something from there.
Should I? Is this a secret thing or?
I don't know, but I feel like I should label it so I remember what it is. Otherwise, like, it's going up my nose or Jeffrey's going to eat it or something because I'll forget what it's for.
Oh,
It's got a bit of
it's
string around
it's
it
the
or something.
monkey. She looks at Jeffrey. Jeffrey kind of grins.
Ah.
He's got multiple weapons now.
Oh yeah, but it's alright. This one's not as magical as it used to be.
Shazam
Not
Does he
since
still
all those
fight?
people died.
Oh! Yeah, there's still like a whole uninhabitable area just outside Newmark.
Oh dear.
That is still a
That's
thing.
never
That
going
is-
away.
that-
And then
that-
we ended up somewhere mental. I had a little dinosaur friend. And also
Stormy!
Where's Stormy?
Where
Where
is
the fuck is
Stormy?
she? Where's my fucking cat?
You look over at Stormy has planted herself on the bar, just like taken up. She's getting a little bigger these days. Like, you know, she's still a little larger than a regular house cat, but yeah, she's just snoozing on the bar, and various drunk sailors are taking turns to pet her.
Oh. Just like little bits of static when they do.
Yeah.
So at your own peril, my friends.
Oh yeah, at least one has been shot.
Oh, when they pick up the pewter tankard, like, stop!
Yeah.
Corzin, when you get, like, when we bring little Corzin back here, like, when you message or send, he needs to bring me a present. Like, literally anything. I need something from there as well.
Is this an emotional breakdown? Like, should we
Is
be
this for a project?
trying to
I
help
don't
you?
know. It's like
I'm just aware that
I
you've
just need it.
You've just had something very big and traumatic happening, and now you're like, I need a splinter from my mum's sending room, and it's very weird. I'm sorry that I'd used the wrong word. From my weird sending room. She's just your weird. That's all it is.
My weird. I like that. Yeah. I know.
Victory frowns a little at that, but
She's
but
your
let's
mum.
go.
That's normal.
Yeah.
She's just not quite scamps, and that's fine.
Knowing little Corzin, I'm sure he's probably picked up some interesting stones off the beach.
I also need something from our sending room.
I mean, there's loads of shit in there, isn't there?
Yeah.
I mean, take a plane out of the stores and then shave a bit off the table.
That'll do. I mean, it doesn't have to be wood. We're getting focused on splinters here, but I just need something from there.
I think we should get 3 splinters that look identical so you don't know where they're from.
I think that would end up messy. But I'm really up for it.
Really helpful.
I have some tags.
That would be really useful.
Probably
I
sensible.
can just give you some
Yeah,
tags and
yeah.
string.
I don't pretend to know what all this is about, but if it's something that is potentially going to be helpful, happy, go do.
It's fine. I reckon it's like that time I really, really needed a specific type of pearl.
Yeah.
So I could cancel spells coming at me.
Was it one of them ones that you chew and it gives you magic, or was it a different one?
I do know about those.
I've got one of them
similar
somewhere.
to that.
I start looking in my shirt.
She searches
I
around
don't know where
in
it
her
is,
waistcoat
but
for a
it's
moment
here somewhere.
and pulls out a similar looking pearl, except this one is just like mirrored. Just like perfect mirror sheen around it.
That one's fancy.
That's pretty.
Yeah. Doesn't actually come in useful that often, but
I also need this rock that I found at the bottom of the sea.
So what's that for then?
I don't know. I would put it in a pocket.
Alright, what, are you going to use it as ballast next time you're under the sea?
No, I just got this feeling like it could be really useful.
It's to remind them of the time that they were underwater and crushed by a cannonball, and actually it wasn't that bad. It makes them feel safe to think about it.
Weirdly, it reminds me more of the time a house fell on me. Not sure why, but I'm holding on to it just in case.
Yay!
Yay!
I say this with nothing but love. I worry about you sometimes, Scamp.
I would be worried if you didn't. Also, I found this caterpillar and it's mine now.
What?
Where'd you get that from?
No idea.
Did that just happen?
Yeah, but I'm gonna make it breathe water. Hold on, give me 10 minutes.
Does it have a name?
It's probably going to be a very disturbing experience for it.
I've got one if you don't have one.
Yeah?
I think it looks like an Archie. I don't know why.
Oh.
I just do. Maybe I'm really pissed, but
That's a good
Archie
name.
Cash, but if it dies, I'll be
I couldn't think of anything other than Wilbur, and that felt inappropriate.
I actually don't think I can deal with any more deaths, so you have to keep it alive forever.
Well, there was a
I've done
Captain
all the deaths I can
Archibald,
deal
wasn't
with
there, in
for
the
rest of my life.
land battle?
Oh yeah, it was Captain Archibald. I'm sure they're fine.
Oh, fuck.
It's fine, they're gonna turn this one will be a beautiful butterfly at some point.
To roll the red one if you're doing deaths.
Oh, sorry,
The
I did.
rules. It's
They're
the
still
death dice.
finding people. What have I started?
roll. Actually, don't need to. Corzin, you glance over. You do actually recognise very vaguely the distinctive bald, muscular, mustachioed form of Captain Archibald, busy toasting Captain Decade in the corner.
Excellent.
He's not like, he seems to have acquired an eye patch since the last time you saw him, but and there's some bandages on one side of his head, but he's alive.
Oh, it's very fashionable these days, or so I heard.
Oh, very. The latest couture.
I imagine they'll be, well, if they weren't before, they'll be making a comeback. Oh, God, that was dark.
Yeah, he's also got a new tattoo on his arm of a coiled serpent. Looks fresh.
I feel like we've really missed a trick by not getting me a cult.
I think we did.
Yeah.
But you'd have put a bomb in the sky
I would
in
have
front of the sun.
Maybe.
Well, if it done the same
tapped out,
effect.
I'm sorry, a bomb in front of the sun, although it technically, mechanically would have been the same effect, it would not have been the same effect because it's a bomb, isn't it?
Yeah, so,
I'm gonna go write bums in the sky.
Oh, no, wait, I can... Sorry, there's a brain moment. No, I don't know why she's
You're
pausing.
a fucking
She's
pirate.
grown up around pirates.
You're a pirate,
Yeah.
why are you not swearing? Everyone's dead, swear what you like, nothing matters. Fuck it.
Yeah, actually,
Fuck.
she wouldn't even
Another
have...
one.
Sorry, that was just me getting that wrong, because Victory...
Victory can hesitate for a
No,
second.
Victory wouldn't hesitate. She's raised by pirates. She's like, yeah, so, what the fuck was that?
That was our friend Poppy, it's very nice.
Slightly a god?
Mostly a snake man.
Like,
Like a snake man god?
yeah, like...
Remains to be
Like,
seen, but
kind of like one of the... Lowers her voice. Like one of the old gods?
Yeah. Like with the potential to be it again, like was. And
I feel like... She looks around. I don't know, this feels like an is.
oh no, now it's probably like so there was a point where it was God, 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 and then not a god and sort of stuck for a bit, and now we've put him right on that course back to God.
Yeah, super old though. Like,
So...
old as balls.
What you're telling me is that you unleashed an ancient sealed god.
Yes. But we're gonna leave and not deal with the consequences?
well, you more sort of just follow
I can drink
this
to that.
back.
She raises her sarsaparilla.
Clunk.
Also, he thinks I could have a whole cult, so that probably means you could too if you want one. Like we could hold the whole thing. I don't really think it's a good idea. Like, I think it's
Seems
that
to
like
seriously consider this for a minute.
Just don't make bums your symbol, otherwise there'll be a load of people wandering around bare ass.
I'm already writing bums in the sky. It'll take me 10 minutes to finish, but I'm on this. Don't break my concentration or it's going to say something entirely other.
Oh, actually, there's a point. Scamp.
Yeah.
Around about 2 a.m. the previous day.
Is that in the
have
middle of
got-
the battle?
No.
No.
good.
Middle of the previous night.
No, like
Okay.
you may well have slept between now and then. I don't know, but it possibly will have woken you up in the night because Sabnet doesn't understand how time zones work. He can't do it himself, of course, but he has paid with his own money a mage to send
Cassandra would
25
not.
instances of the word bums to you.
Yeah, you were woken up middle of the night by this... Bums, 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 bums.
I find it worrying that this could be from one of a number of people. I'm going to put money on Sabnet and say, bum whiskey!
Back in Sunder. Sorry, back in Seoul. Your response is bum whiskey.
In Seoul.
Well,
Interesting. Are they in Seoul now?
It would have been like they might be in Seoul, they might be under Seoul, but for the purposes of
Somewhere
this,
near it, yeah.
certainly a Sulian mage has
Fun.
replied.
well, the little tyke.
I miss him so much.
Back in the present,
Yes.
cult.
Did you just say cunt for no reason?
Cult! Fucking hell is that?
Right. Sorry, I heard cunt. I'm very tired and quite pissed. I thought you, a child, had just under your breath gone cunt for no reason.
No, I usually say that for a reason.
Exactly, though. It's
It
weird,
feels
right?
like I should have
Yeah.
some reason for it.
Do you want a cult? Is that a thing you want?
I don't know. It feels like I could see it being useful, but when it comes down to it, it depends. Like, I've already got a thing to do.
Were you going to say you already had a cult? That'd be a plot twist.
No, I've got a crew.
Same thing.
From what I can tell, cults are a little bit like mercenaries, only you don't have the option of paying them to stop.
Also creepier.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd say probably
Usually.
And
creepier.
mercenaries don't really believe that,
I don't know. I've met some pretty creepy mercenaries. You should see like. You should hear what some of the captains talk about back at Porto. Like, there's this one guy who specifically collects used glass eyes.
That is
That's
very
oddly
scarily specific, if I'm honest.
Well,
That's
they do play
quite
marbles with them?
threatening.
Yes.
Ooh.
Ew.
Apparently, just kept getting into duels. Like, I heard one of the other sailors talking about it. Like, so he started out by killing this one guy with a glass eye in a duel, and then he wore it on a necklace, and that pissed off this other guy with the glass eye. So he killed him, and then it sort of became a bit of a chain from there. Four eyes in, he just started seeking out people with glass eyes because that
becomes
the
your thing at
collection.
that point, doesn't it?
It was sort of.
I
Apparently, he
suppose
once.
it becomes-
Yeah, he once kind of said like, "Well, I kind of have to do it now. Like, it's what I'm known for."
I can see that would be a problem.
Could have got.
Yeah, I guess like your trademark. Weird.
If you just got. There's another guy who got teeth. Said like, yeah, you just like. It's very easy to build a respectable collection of teeth. And then you can just you only need to go tooth hunting when you want.
What would
And
be
lots of
really
things have teeth.
What would be really
Very
mortifying
few
is if
people with glass eyes.
somebody collected a tooth every time they killed someone and they made a fucking necklace out of them. That'd be really scary and like threatening. And even somebody who thought of that in their brain would be maybe a sociopath. Would be like, Robbie did this in our previous campaign.
And at which point,
Robbie was playing a less good character in that campaign.
Victory says, "I've met them. I think their name's Steve."
Steve the Tooth Man.
Brilliant. The cannon.
Oh, that is a stupid name.
Yeah.
What's their second name?
It might be Potato.
That can't be right.
That's a very sensible name.
That can't be a name.
That sounds like the sort of name that there were some confused parents who didn't quite know how forenames and last names work.
Yeah, it should have been the other way around. Potato Steve.
Potato Steve.
Well, that's just a job description.
Yeah, for anyone, I don't know if we've talked about this on air before, but
I
for
don't-
anyone who has not heard the Steve Potato saga, Steve Potato is a half-elf who had a potato farmer human father and an elven mother, and the potato farmer human father had left, and the mother didn't know how human names worked and wanted to name them after him. So Steve Potato was born.
I miss Steve.
Steve was fucking dumb.
Steve was not very bright.
Victory frowns. Yeah. They still tell stories of Potato Steve. Bad ones.
Was this thing taking potatoes off dead people? Like, what are we talking here?
And how many dead people have potatoes?
I don't know. I'm not the boss of you. You can carry a potato around if you want to.
No,
Fuck.
he just had a. Apparently, he just had a really potato-like nose.
Oh.
Oh.
Did he
You
also
wouldn't wanna
murder
take that
people, or was
off.
it just a
Yes.
guy? Oh, okay.
Okay.
He did just murder people.
Yeah, so many people. One of the old guard, pirates-wise.
Fine.
Yeah, not a captain, just a particularly bloody first mate.
Oh, with a potato nose.
Yeah, I suppose that's probably why he's very good at winning fights.
I suppose if you took potatoes off the dead, you might not kill many people. Would you have to give them a potato before you killed them and then take it?
I mean, it would be an odd signature move, just handing a potato to someone and stab.
I mean, absolutely a weird flex, but if you could pull that off, that would make vegetables of all kinds terrifying to some people.
Yeah.
It's one of the things you talk about after like a citywide massacre, isn't it?
I've always found leaks vaguely threatening.
Yeah, I agree with you. You just
Leaks
don't know
are
where they're going to
incredibly
go, do
threatening on
you?
a boat.
You see, Victory was about to say the same thing and raises a gloss of sarsaparilla to you. Corzin,
When did we sleep last? Have we slept?
What
you
time
have
is it?
slept.
Who am I?
But you got up early for the funerals.
I think we maybe slept at a weird time.
Yeah, you
What
slept
you're
at
saying
the
is
end.
I have spell slots.
You have spell slots.
No.
Are we being useful today, or are we just, like...
I mean, I'm
Doing
being
this.
useful where I am, like where I can be. Like, hang on. Is this a setting where we are still useful, or like?
So no, I think we're at this point. Like Victory happens to be here to give you a talk, but we are into a bit of downtime where you can you can go and visit various people or take an explore around town or things like that.
Like two terrible things I wanted to do.
And then,
But
what
if
are
other
these
people want to go
things?
first, they're not time sensitive.
I want to know if I can salvage any of these ships. Or
Okay,
can help
no,
us
that's
salvage
legitimately
the
one
Yeah.
of the things you can look into.
ships. That is the thing I
Yeah,
would
that would
love
be a
to
thing
do.
Corzin would be looking into as well. If, like, helping people medically is not an option right this second.
But also,
At this
things are
point,
smaller and quicker.
things have been taken
There
over
is
by.
a small thing.
Do a small, quick, stupid thing, and then we'll be
It's
practical.
not stupid, it's really
Oh,
sad.
no.
I'm sorry.
Do the sound!
So you know when we were treating loads of people medically and all
Yeah.
running around and like headless chickens doing healer
Yeah.
magic, and there wasn't any opium around, was there?
Roll a perception check. Or investigation, depending on how active you were looking for it.
I think it would have been if I saw it.
Perception.
Doop-a-doop. That's a maths 12.
You did not see any unattended opium. There was a small amount being mixed into laudanum and being given directly to various patients. You could probably, so you wouldn't have any. There's no. I'm going to say there's no access to opium you could smoke, but you could have stolen some laudanum.
I think I stole some laudanum.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm trying to work out if I've had it yet or not, or if it's just sitting on
Or if
me.
you just got a bottle of laudanum.
I don't know. Do we roll for that? Like,
If
How
you
much
want
time have you
to.
had on your own at this point?
I imagine some. Like,
Some, because you've all been pulled to
realistically,
different places.
the three of us were not together for the whole of yesterday. Like, in all
Yeah.
seriousness. And I think
I
I
think we're
think-
still sharing a room. Cause
we are still sharing a room, definitely.
But there would have been some time on your own.
But I just don't see how we would have been together like the whole
No.
24 hours because like we were all running around being useful.
Yeah.
Like I think that's the point when this would have
I
happened.
think if you'd been on your own overnight, then yes, without a doubt,
there probably would have been some moments alone, wouldn't
there
there?
would have been
Yeah,
some
there
moments. Would they
If you're
been
not
enough?
sure, roll yourself a wisdom check.
I'm gonna roll one and see how accurate it feels because I'll know if it's not
Yeah.
right to roll one and I should have just had some. I actually don't think that's high enough. I think I've had some.
Okay.
Yeah. Like,
Yeah.
I'm looking at that 15 and I'm like, no, I actually think I still
The
had
DC's
some,
high.
if I'm honest.
Middle,
Yeah.
of the, middle of the night, then you stole some earlier in the day, and there's just a quiet moment later in the evening.
Is it the night of the battle?
It would
or
have been the night of the battle.
The night of, I think it's realistic.
Yeah, you would have somewhat unsteadily poured yourself a cup and drunk some,
Yeah.
and just felt that numbing relief kicking in.
How much have I got left? Have I got some still?
You've got some still. You swapped a whole bottle.
Yeah.
It's taken the edge off things. You're not immediately full-on re-addicted, but the knowledge is there that you have it now.
Yeah. It's sitting in my bag. I haven't told either of you either.
No.
You have 2 doses left.
Okay, I will write that down.
You didn't steal a full bottle.
Oh yeah, no, I
Grab
yoinks
and
one
use.
that was
Yeah.
nearby, you
Yeah.
know, like it's, yeah.
Nevertheless, back in the present,
That's my small thing. So
You...
my other thing needs to be done at night because it's a dream spell. So
Yes, and you did not have the spell slot for the previous night.
definitely not. No.
So you head out and take the after saying farewell to Victory for now. She'll be around. They're not all 3 ships of the all 4 ships, in fact, of the Scarlet Winds are planning to stick around for a while because there's a bit of a shortage of naval. Of Navy right now here, and it was in any case voluntary. And you take a look over the situation. So, as mentioned, ships that sank were. Can you actually pass me the stack of little ships next to you, Ellie, on the map?
Yeah.
Because I actually need to remind myself.
Perspexy ones.
The Perspexy ones. Thank you.
There you go. There's
Handy
all of them.
reminder of the
Good way of
names.
keeping track, actually.
Yeah, no, they're just the little tokens we're using on the map. They are actually all labelled because Jason's a good.
Yeah. So, ships that sank were... So, the Wilma, the Lightning, both
Maria.
sank. The Maria sank as well, as did the Witch's Tit. Did the Trigger make it out alive? believe
Yes,
it did.
yes, it did. The Trigger actually took no damage.
Yeah, as
Yeah.
did,
Believe it or not, the Trigger did alarmingly well.
I believe the Trigger and the Baller
Yeah.
both made it out surprisingly okay.
The no
completely
regrets,
unscathed.
it's probably worth noting, is under half. So
Yeah.
it's up.
It's taken
but
damage.
It's
but
looking. It needs some repairs.
It
Yeah.
needs repair. So the
Yeah.
No Regrets is in port for repair, as is import for repair. The I'm going to say then that really the main ships providing defence right now would be, the Kraken's Bane, Hesperidia, Lantern, and Basilisk are kind of like doing shifts. So, of the 3 ships that sank on your side, there were also a number of ships that broke apart or sank on the enemy side, and you were successfully able to capture the 2 transport ships and the Chancer. So, although they have been, although the crews have been allowed to have been repatriated as part of negotiations, furious negotiations that sort of happened throughout the previous day, you do have the ships themselves have been made available. I'm going to say that as a little bit of filling in, the current situation as of the 23rd is that the council was such as it was had already had its ranks thinned and had sort of fallen under a military under martial law, with Alton basically in control of the city. Alton has disappeared.
It's not been those 3 days yet.
Yep,
Yeah.
because with the fall of the battery. And after a brief bit of struggle, there's a little bit of struggle with who was going to emerge as sort of in control of the remnants of the city's local government, frankly, because the survivor in terms of the visible leader in terms of the what's it called? In terms of the martial forces, would have been Colonel, I think it was Sally. What's her face? I wrote it down.
Swan?
Sorry. Yes,
Uh,
that might be.
Swan.
Yeah, the.
Oh, wait, no, sorry, Sally Riverford.
Riverford, thank you. Sally Riverford, who had arrived with Leah's sent troops, would have been the natural choice, and might well have taken military control of the city in a new martial government, were it not for the fact that, as mentioned, the militia kind of broke apart and found themselves leadership. As such, the figure best placed to make some quick arrangements with the surviving people capable of organising things, with enough understanding of civilian government to do it, was Sen Hui, who has surreptitiously but quite firmly, and propped up by the one of the two remaining corps of armed militia in the city, unofficially taken a position as an interim administrator of the city, and helped lead the negotiations of the retreat of the Redcoats and evacuation of Fort Beatrix. Sorry, I got a bit distracted with that, but the point is, you got some other ship options.
Excellent.
So there are options for the city, and to a degree for you. The Witch's Tit has been, after 24 hours of just being deactivated, you've carefully placed the puzzle box back in the water, and has begun the much slower process than the first time of... Actually, no, the ruling I used was it's just out for a week, and then you place it in the water and it will reform it. So the Witch's Tit, the puzzle box...
It's not ready yet, but it will be.
The puzzle box that forms the Witch's Tit is regenerating its magic, basically.
Right.
If we didn't have its flotation device and it just sank, does it automatically regain its form, or does it need to be activated?
No, you need to reactivate it. The person who
It's
unlocked
not just adding it
it.
to water.
Yeah, which I think was you.
Yeah, it was. It was your birthday
Yeah.
present.
Yay.
So, you can, without going through the entire game, little puzzle box game again, reactivate it. It just, you try it a day later, it doesn't work yet. It needs time to recharge. So the bore and the trigger are just their own ships. God damn it! The Witch's Tit will come back in a week. There is actually. The Lightning is pretty broken up, as is the Maria. There is enough of the Wilma that, although it has essentially been gutted, with time and expense, it could be restored and refitted.
Would 2 30-foot long sharks help move it to a place where that could be done faster?
Like two just fucking megalodons. Like just
They have a name. Obliteros is the name in the game. They're huge.
two harnessed megalodons. You know what? Yeah.
Hang on,
Yeah.
30 feet. That's just a large great white.
Oh, okay, that's fine. 30 feet.
They are huge beasts
Yeah, okay.
with a strength of 23.
I'll say it helps. Probably. Yeah, sure.
Celestia, do you want to go swimming with me?
It's debatable.
We have to.
It's probably worth noting that there are actually also just ships you have that can do
Oh, this
this.
is more fun.
I will be honest. I think the odds of you getting Celestia in the water with you turning into a shark are pretty fucking low in this 24 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Corzin. Jeffrey.
Celestia's like, no, I've done enough weird shit.
You want me to use the potion that I have?
Nope.
Oh.
You do
Oh,
have a
you can
potion
just-
of shark, don't you?
Yeah,
I've forgotten.
this is a bigger shark.
Yeah, it was the one that Olga originally gave to me on the basis it would allow me to breathe underwater, which indeed it would, but neglected to mention that it would be because I was a shark.
I could also, I think I could probably make a whale, but they're not very smart, so whether they'll actually do the thing properly is a whole different question. Like,
Well, only you know about how persuasive you can be with sea life.
oh no, it's not. I say make. It's like when I was a T-Rex.
Or a sheep.
I could be a
Oh, I
whale,
see.
or I could make you a
Right.
whale, but we won't be very bright.
I would like to laugh at the both of you being whales and not knowing what to do. I'm not down for being one, but I am down for laughing while you do it.
So we could be smaller Smarter sharks or big dumb whales?
I would imagine whales probably have more of a carrying capacity, if that's what you're thinking.
Yeah, but you might also just be like, whale for like an hour and then not do anything useful.
We are talking the difference between an intelligence of 10 and 3.
Oh, wow, that's
Oh,
large.
wow.
Oh, wow. That
Whales
is
have
a
the
lot.
same intelligence as Dretch.
Whale.
I've got to say, given the...
Fuck.
Like, the sharks are weirdly smart.
I honestly would flip those two intelligences around.
The whales are pretty wise. And it's a sperm whale. I don't know why I suddenly think those are less intelligent. They have a wisdom of 12.
What about a bright whale? Or
I haven't got stats for any
cetaceans,
of those,
like...
unfortunately. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, sharks are not generally smart. I feel like this one's weird.
I'm
It also has a language. I
I'm
really think
tempted
this
to
is a
flip
special
those
shark.
around because, yeah, like dolphins have people-level intelligence, and they're like, yeah. It's don't get me wrong. We're like comparing, like, you know, they're related. So it's like chimpanzee versus human,
But it feels weird that they're that dumb.
and sharks are definitely fish.
Yeah.
Yeah. And like predator fish as well. Like, they're not.
Yeah, like
It feels
I mean, we
like
could
an
swap
odd
those.
thing.
I'm tempted.
no
to
thoughts,
swap-
only bite.
I mean, you're the GM. You get to
I'm
swap
tempted
them if
to
you
say
want
you
to.
can swap those because,
If
yeah,
I can be a smart sperm whale, they're 70 foot long. That's going to move
Yeah.
a few more things.
yeah. I'm gonna say swap those around. I think there's smart. I don't know if it's
Corzin-
10 intelligence smart, but maybe 6 intelligence smart.
Smart enough that I
Corzin would be thinking
couldn't
about it from the
remember
point
what
of
I'm
view
supposed
of
to be doing.
Yeah.
he would definitely have heard from whalers that they can pull ships.
Yeah.
That's true, actually, yeah.
Yeah.
Corzin, do you want to be a giant whale?
All right, that's a new experience, I guess. Hold on, I'll have to. And he starts like
The natural
kicking off
predators
the.
include the kraken.
Yay!
Hooray!
Let's go swimming.
Do you mention this?
No, I don't. I was just reading the text.
Okay, good, because
Scamp
that
doesn't
is a
know.
whole other conversation. As and when the time is appropriate, Corzin will start like taking off the extraneous bits of clothing that he has.
Well, okay, you don't need to do that. Like, literally, all just, it's fine.
Oh, it changes all the.
yeah,
doesn't it?
you
Sorry,
please put
I
your
was.
clothes back on.
No one
He
wants
wasn't
to see
naked
that.
or anything. It was just like long johns, you know.
Except
it's-
maybe,
Oh, no!
maybe Molly, I imagine.
Nightmares.
Pretend
No, he was-
sometimes.
doing it like as if he was, about to go swimming.
Honest, like, related though. What's Jeffrey's level and or challenge rating? Does he have one?
I think Jeffrey's challenge rating is technically like a half.
Because monkey. But has it gone up because Jeffrey?
I mean, one moment.
Surely.
I can tell you
Like-
what Jeffrey is.
He's got to be at least like CR3 by now.
No, I'll just grab the creature I used as his base.
Ooh.
1.
1. Okay.
Jeffrey is challenge rating 1.
Because that limits what I can turn Jeffrey into. But yeah, when it is appropriate, I will twin a polymorph spell. and
Okay,
make
the pair of you.
Me and Corzin into sperm whales. I'm bright pink with horns.
Okay, the pair of you get into the water first,
Yeah.
or
And they're
if
probably
you're assuming
quite
you
deep.
do. If not, then you're just gonna have to.
I'm gonna jump.
Okay, thank goodness. So you don't destroy the harbour.
We so don't need that right now.
It's already suffered enough damage. There's pieces of the battery in
It
it.
would have been you out there with fucking mending spells for 48 hours afterwards.
But as you leap, there's this brief moment where you see Scamp take a running jump into the air. It's causing you've already gotten into the water. Or you can jump after, whatever you prefer.
I'd probably be out there treading water.
Yeah, so you go out treading water. You see Scamp just doing a cannonball, jumping out, and then
Whale!
they just suddenly balloon outwards into a bright pink horned sperm whale, belly flopping into the water and displacing like a frankly titanic quantity.
Frightening amount of water.
Frightening out of water. You yourself blossom into this huge... It's bizarre. This huge black and white sperm whale with strangely like patterns of false eyes all over you.
Does it have a tricorn?
Yes.
Excellent.
Of course.
Excellent.
There is a tricorn-like patterning on the
Like someone's drawn it on.
dorsal
Yeah.
side. Yeah.
Excellent.
Dorsal or ventral? Dorsal.
I forget.
Yeah, I think dorsal is the top. Is dorsal or the ventral the top side?
Fins!
Dorsal is top, ventral is bottom.
Yeah, it's on the dorsal side. There we go. But yeah, the pair of you splash into the water. It's weird.
Yeah.
You're-
Corzin is going to have a couple of like experiments of swimming about and then like jumping out of the water like whales do and then splashing back in.
Yeah, like the time you were polymorphed before, Corzin. In fact, both of you have been polymorphed before. It's the bizarre sensation of... It's like you've been almost removed from your normal body. You can still feel it's there somewhere in existence. And your consciousness has been placed into the driver's seat of a creature that, fortunately, comes with all the instincts to operate its own body. And it
good.
is you. But it's like... It's a little bit like... You know when you're drunk and walking home and you tell your body... And it feels like you're telling your body to walk in a certain direction. And then after a short delay, your body walks itself.
It's like a lag.
Yeah.
Without the lag of being drunk. It's like you're driving the body and it's doing all the right things, and it feels almost natural, but it's natural in the way of like if you were controlling a character with a gamepad controller. Like after a few minutes, you're used to it, but it's not quite this. Yeah, there's a definite disconnect here.
Like the fuck is with these analog sticks?
Yeah, and sometimes the body makes slightly dumb choices, and you definitely feel like not all of you're not thinking as clearly. You're still you. You still remember what you're meant to do.
I'm wiser than I used to be.
Wow.
Some things are clearer in some ways, but other things are like you'd struggle to do like it's weird, Corzin. You feel like you'd struggle to plot a course on a map, but you also wouldn't need to.
True. Like,
Because you're a whale.
Wow.
yeah. How more or less wise is Corzin currently?
Probably less. Wisdom 12.
Oh yeah. Notably less, but still
Still up on mine.
capable.
But yeah, you with a great deal of you swim, you toss, you turn, you find that unlike when you were a fish, you can't just breathe the water. Although, can you just breathe the water?
Oh, we still got water breathing on us. I don't know if that carries.
I'm trying to figure out if that carries. I think that's tied to your original bodies a bit.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
We can hold your breath for 90 minutes.
You can hold your breath
Yeah.
for fucking ages. Like it doesn't. Like you feel like you're huge lung capacity. You're just like you need to surface and breathe through your blowhole periodically.
Also, echolocation.
Yeah, it's weird. Like you're used to 360-degree vision now, which is a bizarre statement.
It's very
But
weird.
like you can hear the sea floor and the position of boats.
Oh, excellent. I'm going to be, like, dredging up all the cannon and pushing them towards shore.
Yeah.
We did lose a lot of cannon from the witch's
Yeah.
tit, to be honest.
Yeah.
And yeah, honestly, like as useful as it is to push the broken pieces of the Wilma, like well, not the broken pieces, it didn't completely break apart, but the gutted superstructure of the Wilma back to shore. The real benefit of this is the fact that you're able to dredge cannon.
We can find them.
You can find cannon. So this...
Am I capable of casting in this form?
No, you're not a
okay,
druid.
fine.
Yeah,
Right,
this
fine,
is
cool.
polymorph rather than wild shape as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Right,
if you're
cool.
druiding wild shape, that's the only time you can, isn't
Yeah.
it?
Yeah,
really?
at a certain
yeah.
level.
Yeah, and not straight away.
Yeah.
Oh, it's overpowered.
So no, you don't. There's a disconnect that makes it that same disconnect that has you sort of operating your body indirectly also makes it difficult for you to like really communicate your intent properly to the ambivalent octopus, who is as much confused as it is ambivalent under the circumstances. Huh? Oh, I get you.
Aww.
One day I'm making you an octopus, and you can have a lovely ambivalent
Oh my
time
God.
with your spirit.
You just shrug at each other for like an hour and then stop.
Yeah.
Yeah. How this lasts what? How long each time? An hour?
It's an
I
hour
believe
with
so.
polymorph, isn't
Yeah,
it?
an hour with concentration, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
Cool. How many times can you cast it?
I mean, it's a 4th level spell and twinning it, so, I mean, loads. Because I can get rid of
You can.
other spells to make
Okay.
4th spell slots.
I will say that certainly in the over the course of the next few days, you are able to cast this enough times to reliably recover a great deal of material.
Once
Yeah, and if
we
we're
find
like-
them, I can telekinesis them up as well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. If we're working with the people who will have seen where the ships went down, we can plot where that is on a map, and I can
Okay.
look at it
I
and know
would
where to go.
like. I think because this is searching, I'd like an investigation check with your whale intelligence of 6. So,
Okay.
You can lead. One of you can lead this, and the other can assist. Do either of you have investigate as a skill?
I don't. Do you?
I do not know.
Cool. Then you'll be doing this with your proficiency is what, +4 at this level?
+5.
+5.
+5,
But
-2.
We're not proficient, so
Yeah.
so it's just -2.
Okay. Well, -2, but you can roll with advantage.
Okay. It's better if you roll because I can bend luck.
Okay.
If it's already advantage, it makes sense for it to be you.
Here we go.
Let's save ourselves some money.
Okay, so with advantage, that's a natural 20.
What?
Oh,
That's awesome.
Cemetery, I love you.
I mean, God. Okay.
I rolled a 7 and a 20.
Wow.
Okay. So you get some interesting. So first of all, you are able to recover basically all of the cannon.
Oh, that's so nice.
On a light note, yeah, you're able to recover pretty much all of the cannon and
I will
a fair
do a
bit,
drying
bit
run.
of. Yeah, and
Excellent.
prestidigitation is
at
able to
some
do a lot
point.
to dry things out. As is just time, honestly. Like with a lot of these,
Yeah.
once you get them onto
Speed up the
onto
process a bit.
Yeah, speed up a bit. Like any powder is just gone, like just blown,
yeah.
like washed away in the
Oh, yeah.
water. And there's some things you can't retrieve. But like you save a fuck ton of iron, pulled out of the water, and it does help, avoid the rust problems, especially because you move pretty quickly. This is a small side note. You recover the body of Torfas Scorch.
Okay.
I mean, good.
Yeah. We don't want him wandering onto the beach
That would
sometime.
fucking suck.
And it has indeed been with like around about 24 hours. You're able to get there in time to bring the body up and last rites performed on it to prevent it rising. You've already met one undead pirate. You don't need more.
Nope.
Plus the fact, like, he'd probably be quite powerful as well.
I feel that. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
If you're looking at a white.
So the but no, abstracting them, you are. So basically, with the material you're able to retrieve, you'll certainly be able to refit the witch's tit with its lost cannon. There will be a cost still to be worked out to refit its other sundry supplies, but probably close to 1,000 gold, 1,000 gold crowns in costs. But you've saved yourself a lot of cost in cannon replacement there.
I am going to find out at one point or another what actually Torfar Scorch's tab was and pay it.
Oh, good luck, honey.
One moment.
Oh dear.
28 crowns.
28 crowns. Yep,
Yeah.
done.
But like a lot for most people.
It's a lot for most
that's a
people.
lot to have as a tab.
It's a
you've
lot on
left unpaid.
alcohol, that. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah,
considering
like,
how
that's very
much
doable
gold
for
is
us
in this
right now.
world. Yeah.
Yeah. Jim Diamond is like, as you do that and report, and indeed later report the return, pay the tab and report. Jim Diamond pours you a frothy beer, possibly. Thanks, and thanks for laying the old scumbag to rest.
Least we could do. Cheers. Clink.
Cheers. You definitely recover enough additional cannon. Right. I'm going to say that with that, it will still cost time. It will still cost. Yeah. Okay. So with it, you acquire a. I'm just trying to think about this. All right, you acquire enough additional cannon from the sunk Navy ships as well. Royal Navy ships.
I was going to say, is there anything in the integrity worth having?
How bad is the integrity?
I mean, the integrity. Whew. I'm just gonna roll. I need to roll a luck check for that one because I don't know
How fucked it is.
How
yeah.
fucked it is because that.
Can we go ourselves first? Right.
That'd be nuts.
Yeah, I mean, if that's salvageable.
Or even just some stuff from it, you know?
Exactly.
Like, there might be something cool.
I mean,
I
it's
need-
first rate. There's...
Oh, I need a separate. Okay, so the integrity, I will say, broke apart.
Right,
Well, I
yeah.
rolled for that. It broke
It was
apart.
in half.
The
yeah.
structure is not. The structure as it was is not salvageable. Many of the parts sank. Some floated away. You're definitely able to recover the cannon, which will help a lot. I will say that
That's hundreds of guns.
there's hundreds of guns. It is enough to be able. Yeah, with the hundreds of guns, I'll say that if you can get the Wilma repaired, you can definitely refit the Wilma as a fourth-rate naval ship. I'll talk about the costs of repairing the Wilma, which I think is probably going to be around 12,000 gold, because it's basically you fully rebuilding a lost ship. But you don't need to worry about
We
fitting
don't
out
need
a
to fix it
cannon.
when we're done. Yeah.
So that will make a difference. Actually,
If I spend some time casting Fabricate a lot, would that help at all?
potentially it may, but building a ship is the work of
Yeah.
a shipyard
Yeah.
and a lot of time.
Yeah.
If I just... Sorry, one moment. I need to actually get to my notes.
There's
here.
like really badly restored paintings. That's the equivalent of what I'm picturing you could do with Fabricate. Like,
Yes.
Technically, it's a painting, but like, oh my
Aw.
god, it's not the
Something
same,
should
is
be
it?
Fabricated. We've got our own version where if I use it with a craftsman, I can use their skills. So if I work with an actual shipwright, I could speed up their work.
Essentially.
Ooh, potentially. I'm just...
Rather than just Scamp building a boat.
Here we go.
No, a bum on
Uh,
the front. That'd be a bum.
Yeah, there we go. The full cost of a sorry. So I'm gonna that's about 12,000 is about right because you're paying half rate. It's about 22 grand to build a fourth rate.
Ouch.
Yeah,
we've always built fifth rates, haven't we?
Yeah. So the to build and outfit a fourth rate. So this saves you half the cost.
Nice.
Enough cannon can be retrieved that with an additional cost of 10 grand per for the of 10 grand per for the sundry costs. You could outfit the Filbert and the Elk as changing their role from transports to ships of the line.
So we can have them for our fleet.
Yeah.
For someone's fleet, because I feel the note here that Chen Hui is very much going to want some ships for her defences.
Is she
Yeah,
willing
certainly.
to join us for Kraken things is another question. They
That is a discussion.
Fleet,
That is a discussion to have with her. But I will say that because of all of the cannon, you're able to get the cost of refitting those third rates to 10 grand per to be full scale, like to become ships of the line. But yeah, with regards to the integrity, which is its own deal, yes, you can't. It's too damaged to get your own carrier.
Shame.
You can build your own carrier for a mere 82,000 gold.
No.
I mean, that's a lot.
Yeah, no.
And it's not just that, it's crewing the damn thing.
Yeah.
So that thing
Where are we
has,
going to find some eagles?
yeah, that thing has 800 crew and there's a lot of cost.
Yeah.
But roll me again. You can do this with advantage.
I
An
think if we get one
investigation
of those,
check.
we stop being like a tabletop role-playing game. That becomes a colony simulator.
Yeah, basically.
We do that.
Okay, so I'm rolling another investigation?
Another investigation.
With advantage, okay.
Help you.
Okay, so that's -2, that's an 11.
I'll add a d4. It's a
Okay.
whole 3.
Alright,
Okay.
14.
14. That's
It's not
respectable.
horrendous.
Yeah.
I will say this. It will cost. It will cost 5,000 gold and the services of an enchanter to retrofit this. You are able to so the integrity's choice of the integrity actually had a particularly high armor class because it had armor enchantments on it. Your enchantments are a +1. It had enchantments of a +2. Basically,
It's a lot in a battle.
yeah, it would bring your AC from 15 up to 16, which was the integrity's armor class. You are able to recover. Although the ship itself was blasted apart, there's
the
limit to
armor
it. You're able
thingy.
to recover the base,
Yeah.
like the enchanting plates.
If we can,
we have them.
recover that, that's
Amazing.
definitely a thing
Yeah.
I want for the Kraken Spine.
So
Yeah,
was that 5,000 to get
it'd
that?
be 5,000 to integrate them into your existing enchantments to bump the AC up by 1. It would also grant you another. Basically, it would grant you extra hit points. I will decide how much.
Cool.
Cool.
Worth it, I think.
Yeah, definitely worth it. We'll have a look at what's in the kitty, so to speak,
Yeah,
Yeah.
that we can.
We can always have a chat about
sort that
maths
out.
off air.
yeah.
Yeah, I
that
think
might be
that's
a good
probably a
off-air
sensible
chat,
thing.
because I feel like when we start chatting numbers on air, I
Yeah,
lose track.
yeah.
But weirdly, off air, it's fine.
And with the remaining ships that have fallen, I'll say that if you acquire one from anywhere else, if you are able to acquire a ship from anywhere else that would serve, There is enough cannon to retrofit one more fifth rate.
Okay, so we have enough cannon to outfit all of the current ships we have, plus if we rebuilt the Wilma and another one.
Yeah,
that
basically.
right?
So you have enough. So yeah, you'll be able to restore the Witch's tip for 1,000 gold, for the cost of sundries and things and resupplying it. The Wilma will cost 12 grand plus, but you have enough cannon to make it a ship of war, a warship. Third rates, you have enough to outfit those, plus with 10 grand of costs. And 5 grand to up the AC of the Kraken's Bane by 1, using the integrities. There are other cannons that you retrieve. I'm going to outright say that the Maria the Baller and the Trigger both just full on put in a request for the leftover cannons, because they get an invite basically from Senhui to like form up part of the actual new navy that they're putting together, and basically just say like, look, we fought in the same damn war fight as you did. We're claiming salvage rights in these two.
There's a process of dividing these.
Yeah.
We don't just nick everything. Like, that's not what happens.
So they will become full ships of war and actually, retrofit themselves as well.
Again, more ships of war that are vaguely on our side is not a bad thing for the future.
But yes, you basically, if you want to try and lay claim to ships as to the captured ships or to the Wilma as part of your personal armada, you will need to pay these costs.
And have a chat.
You will need to have that chat regardless. If you do, otherwise those costs will be paid by the city, who are very much you're very interested in forming their own protective navy right now.
That's
it. That is not crewed by 4 pirate ships.
Yep.
They're going to be making arrangements with the other colonies.
They would like someone other than the crime friends to be standing.
But yes. There are some, and also the Scarlet Winds have their own shit to do. They're not going to stick around here forever.
No.
But thus far at least they seem inclined to stick around for at least a few weeks,
Fair.
if need be.
Cool.
Okay, your salvage quest is for the moment complete.
While they're having weird whale time, I might be running around visiting people in hospital.
Yeah,
Actually,
do.
take little gift baskets of whatever food isn't fucking hit by bombs, and I take a gift basket for Saran and Clara, and if I can find one that again isn't on fire, a flower for Saran.
Aww.
Okay. Finding things flowers that aren't on fire. I'll say then.
I really don't know what's left.
No,
it
it's
could be
fine.
something else. Like, I'm not
So
stuck
a lot
to it
of
being
the
a flower,
city-
but I want to bring something because I have
No, it's fine.
feelings.
I'm just thinking about what you see. So, a lot of the city is actually relatively untouched by the direct battle. It was mostly the northeastern part of the city that got hit. The fighting and certainly the bombardment was largely focused around Harlot, Monk's Docks, and eventually Kelsey and the North Village in Portland. Ironically, the poorer southern districts of the city have emerged relatively unscathed, but as you head up toward you go to pick flowers from essentially, I would either be probably from Portland Park, the place where you sat and had that picnic with Suran. Not far from the ruins of the Battery, the hospitals that have been set up in West Village for the most part, in some of the nicer buildings there. Not least because some of the richer parts of town, North Village and Portland and Kelsey, have been utterly slanked by cannon fire.
The rich bits.
Yes.
I'd also like to ask around to see if Lady Grace is still alive.
That's a good point.
I don't go and see her at the moment, but I would like to find out if she's alive or not.
That was the red die coming out.
And it has. He just rolled. I didn't see what he rolled, which was awful.
Okay. You
Also, depending on how injured she is, I don't know if I go and see her or not. But I'd like to find out first.
Let me just trying to find the. Okay. And I'm having a blank on something for a moment, so I'm just getting to. I'm blanking really annoyingly, or I'm trying to find the name of
Describe who it is.
Lady Grace's.
Is it Viv?
Thank you, Vivian.
Yeah.
Vivian.
You weren't saying who you wanted, so I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
Sorry. You had...
Always best to give us a vague description.
Yeah,
We might be
it's
able to help
Viv.
you.
Thank you. So, yes, you head out to find Lady Grace. Annoyingly, I've not put Vivienne in her own damn in a sensible article where I could find her, because yeah, I just like my. Sorry to say this, folks, but my notes got a mess when I started transitioning them from physical into digital.
That is fair.
Yeah, that's
I don't know
It
how
happens.
you kept all of them in the first place, so yeah, fair play.
Anyway, you head out to Portland Park and to the rich parts of town. Lady Grace did give you an address, I believe, just before. Much of that street has been collapsed from cannon fire.
I'll go check then. At 100%, I'll go check.
You do actually find, picking through the remnants of it, the half-elf, her half-elf bodyguard / mage, Vivienne, who looks...
She okay?
Looks up with a kind of blinks for a moment and then smiles a little on seeing you. There's been some time.
Hello. I just sort of wanted to check you're both all right. I don't know if I want to talk, but I mean you're fine. But yeah.
Oh, I see. No, I went. I popped back to try and acquire a few. Some of the things from the townhouse. Lady Grace is currently working with what is her name? Sen Hui and other people to administrate things.
Of course she is.
Is she okay?
Viv smirks a little. It is slightly dark. Dark humor, but I think a cannonball was probably the only thing that would have gotten her to put the bottle down and actually do some work. So yes, she is busy.
What?
I should not gossip.
I'm really sorry, but like, is
She does not talk to me about whatever was said in that silence bubble, but she's been drinking pretty heavily the last couple of days.
Is that usual?
No. Yeah.
Oh fuck.
It certainly seems to have. I do not know what is happening, but it is good to see her back at work.
Right.
All I know is I had a lot of messages to take to the bank, and she has been making sendings and such.
Of course she has. Well, I'm glad she wasn't hit by a cannonball or anything, or blown up, or.
I am glad the same of you.
Thank you.
How is little Scamp and little Corzin?
Yeah, they're okay. Not blown up or any of those other things. I
classics.
think they're whales right now.
Just little pause there.
It's a spell. They're pulling shit out of the harbour.
Huh.
As they're both whales. Yep. I can't. No, I'm trying to make this sound less weird, and it's not working. Just
No.
exactly what you're picturing. That's what's happening.
Okay.
Scamp's is pink and everything.
There's a brief pause, just like as you're standing in the rubble.
This is really weird. So I'm probably going to go, but I'm glad she's alive. Feel free to let her know I am too if you want. And
Vivian Sancti, that's her surname. There we go.
and I don't know if I might visit in the next few days. Maybe I will. I don't know anything.
Okay.
But I'm glad she's alive, so that says something, I suppose.
Sure, she's glad of the same. And hey, look at it this way. We are alive. The city is free. The sun is shining again, somehow.
Loads of people are dead. Like, so many.
This is true.
Sorry, I couldn't quite manage the blasé thing. It's like so many people.
She
Please
smiles.
don't try and get me to be like, the sun is shining right now. I'll hit you. I think that's my cue to go. I'll see you. Bye.
She gives you a polite little
Sorry.
salute.
Have a lovely day. Enjoy the
Yeah.
sun.
The same.
Oh, fuck. That's another swig of laudanum, lads. 2 out of 3. Yeah, there's another.
Vivian's...
And we're not around even.
No. Vivian's reaction...
I've been left alone.
Yeah.
I was trying to find stuff to do, and then somebody told me to be positive, and it's the end.
Yeah.
Yep.
You were doing so well at finding stuff to do.
Yeah, so well.
Really, because we left you on your own. I was like, this is going to go badly.
So
no,
bad.
it's fine.
Viv's
Found something
reaction
to do,
to
but
social
no,
awkwardness is
they
to
found the
try and
worst
be
possible
cheerful.
thing to do. The worst possible thing, and they are leaning right in.
I also just realised that there was no possible way you were going to get her to do anything weird with her body right now.
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
That is fair.
Like, in no way was that going to happen.
I thought maybe
Somebody, like,
a
life
way
would have had to
out
be
of the body
online.
might be a good bit, but
Yeah.
if it's not right, then no.
No. Like, literally, you would have had to be like, it's life or death, you have to be a whale, and that's what would have happened. Like, no, nothing less, I think, actually. She hates turning into things. It's terrible. It's been terrible before. And you're like, do you want to do this thing that's been really scary? And the other time she's like, no, fuck off.
Fun way.
I think Corzin would be more useful directing the whales.
This is true.
Corzin knows boats.
So I have my swig of laudanum.
Oh,
like it's. Let me know if it becomes a problem.
Roll a con save.
Oh god. Sorry, folks. I know it's grim. Okay, it's pretty good actually. That's a 17, I think.
Okay,
That's
it's-
it. Yep.
Yeah,
That's
it's calming. And again, it's just there.
Mm-hmm.
You know it's there, but yeah,
it. Yeah.
just hovering on the edge of your consciousness, but you're in control.
We're gonna pick some flowers for Saran.
Yeah. The other
And like
thing-
just try and find. I want like little parcels of food for like her, Clara, and Vig.
You are
Basically.
able to find or acquire some, like, I'll say that, like getting parcels of food. You do have to sort of.
It's more effort than
a
usual.
little bit more effort, honestly.
Yeah.
But there are still people selling food.
Of course
you
there
know,
are.
you-
Yeah.
I'd say it probably costs you a gold piece because you're
Fine,
getting
yeah.
there's some nice little parcels. People are charging an arm and a leg because war situation. Things are a bit scarce. Things are a bit short right
They
now.
don't know when they're going to be selling anything else. So like, yeah.
The other thing you notice is around the docks, in particular, around you're able to see. There's actually quite a lot of people around. I think around Harlot specifically, where there is just what was a warehouse seems to have had its doors flung open, and there's just throngs of people outside it now. You can see it just from the edge of the things.
What's happening over there?
You remember that warehouse? It's the one just behind where Poppy was when
Yeah, it's a church. It's a church.
someone has painted a large spiral serpent symbol over on the doors, and there are there are hundreds of people there.
Oh, fucking hell. This was out loud, just walking past.
Yeah.
This is fresh from Viv.
We need to leave and not come back.
Yeah. You can see with your spirit sights there are a lot of the formerly corporeal imp-like spirits are floating around now, following after them. A number are flocking after. You do briefly catch sight of the of the dark-skinned human lady with the golden, with the sort of bronze serpent amulet, kind of at the head of this congregation. But you also catch sight of at least two clerics. You swear were junior clerics of like
Of whoever with the region.
yeah.
St. Fury or
Either St. Fury
Purity
or Purity, and also a few more clerics who have the look of maybe were Regency clerics who'd like gone to the other
Shit.
side, are being followed by, seem to have just full on converted after
they've
the miracle.
crossed the celestial floor.
Yeah, full on crossed the celestial floor. You
Is
just
Poppy themselves there?
only in spirit.
Ah.
Although you do, assuming you do actually look for Poppy's spirit,
Is it there?
you can't see Poppy, but there is something in the air that tastes or feels like Poppy.
A
Like
taste of eclipse. Yeah.
everything around it, it's like there is no single spirit that is the giant serpent you saw, although there are a lot of snake spirits around at the moment. But it's like when you were in the sanctum of that shrine to Dionysus in Seoul.
There's something there.
You feel like Apophis is very much here, just also very spread out.
I leave.
Yeah, you turn on a heel and leave.
I
Pick some
look.
flowers.
I go a little bit closer out of curiosity, then I'm like, nope. And I go.
Rainbow Spirit looks, nope.
Absolutely not, right?
And Wee's after you, Nope.
Nope. No.
No.
Fuck that.
Oh, no. You pick some flowers. You get some food.
Yeah.
You make your way to the
Yeah.
to the place where to essentially the sick beds. There are houses that have been opened up and have various people recovering, resting. Which, as restless as you can see when you arrive, Clara already is to get out. There is a burly orc woman just every time she tries to get out going, no, back down you go. Just like basically not quite bitch slapping this girl back into the bed, but just like gently
The medical equivalent.
yeah,
of bitch
just like putting a hand firmly on her shoulder and like back
9.
get some rest.
I kind of love that. That's amazing. So I go over with my food.
Yeah, you
parcel.
get over the.
I assume Saran's like next to her.
Oh yeah, they are the same room.
Yeah.
Same corner of the room, and like Saran is uncomfortably propped up on some rolled sheets, and looks up and sees you.
Hello.
Good morning to you. I understand I have you and the Commodore to thank for my life.
I wasn't anywhere near you. Oh, we saved her in the middle of the
You
night.
literally saved her,
Oh,
in the surgery. But
I
yeah,
just-
you.
I
I guess
just
you
go-
initially think that you were
Yeah.
nowhere near, and then remember that happened.
Oh fuck no, that like yeah, I suppose so actually. That night's a bit of a blur. Yeah, there was a lot of blood and healing and blood. I'm glad you're okay.
Well, it will be. I may never play. What is the game with the horses? Polo again? I have never played polo.
I've literally only done sports on spiders, so you're really talking to the wrong person, if I'm honest.
She smirks.
You're smirking like that's a joke, but I really don't know horse sports. I'm from the Underdark.
Spider polo.
You have played an equivalent of polo on spiders, but it's more like mounted archery practice. You kind of like it's. Yeah, depending on the level of severity, you're basically either just doing most dangerous game, or it's like targets.
Yeah.
On an obstacle course.
Or risk of death, I feel,
Yeah,
in
yeah.
spider polo. Yeah.
The Saran looks and says at the flowers.
Oh yeah, I brought UVs. I got distracted. Sorry.
I don't suppose you brought a drink. No drinks! Smack light smack from the Orcish matron.
This place is shit.
Yeah.
I absolutely
No
have drinks
alcohol.
I could give you, but you'll kill me.
I will. I am joking. I will make you wish you were dead.
Right. Keep people alive while making them wish they were dead. That sounds accurate for hospitals, doesn't it? Sorry, I'm just babbling because I feel really terrible that you got injured and I don't really know what to do. But I brought food and flowers, so yeah. Yep.
Thank you.
Really though, how are you? Are you recovering okay? That was terrifying.
Apparently, I am on my way to a full recovery. Once, with surprising speed. This magical healing makes a difference.
If you need any more, I've got spare.
Apparently, we are both at the point where time will make the difference.
Yeah, you don't want to heal something wrong. That can be really nasty.
But they will... I'm sure this Tsintiha will let us go soon. I don't know what you called me.
Yes, you
She
do.
raises raises her slapping hand again. A fine and beautiful woman. I am smoking for. Smack in the back of the head.
Oh, that's
This is
brilliant.
my new favourite person.
This is amazing.
This is just the matron. This is orchestra's called the matron.
We don't know her name.
Yeah.
She doesn't tell anyone.
She doesn't act. The matron doesn't actually give you her name.
Yeah, she is the matron,
She's
and
the
that's
matron.
what you will call
Yeah.
her. Yeah.
These. So, I'm afraid to ask.
Yes.
Have you still had more buildings dropped on you than me now?
How many buildings have I had dropped
This
on
is
me?
good. Genuinely, how many buildings
I'm
have
not
you
sure
had
Celestia's
dropped
had
on
a
you?
building dropped on her.
Well, now let's think about this from the
Dropped around
beginning.
you. We've gotten
Yeah.
out of a lot of collapsing buildings.
Would you count the Temple of Otu?
I mean, we got out as it
We did get
collapsed.
out, it didn't collapse on me.
Yeah. Okay.
Still kind of thinks for a minute. You know, if your total's 1, I think you've actually got me beat, don't
Scamp's had a few.
you? Well,
She
you win.
winces a little at the laugh.
I shall bring you a prize at some point. A most buildings dropped on a person prize. I don't know what the fuck it'll be, because, you know, the city's just burned down, but...
Rubble.
Sure, there's something alcoholic somewhere.
Yes. When you get out. Although, if, in the next couple of days, when I've got some magic left, if you want to go on a date, we could do that with you not leaving here.
I mean,
Dreams are a
the
thing.
scenery isn't... Oh?
Yeah, well, we were going to have a second date and you were going to pick the place, but you're rather laid up. But you could still pick the place. I can make that happen, if you want. If you'd be comfortable with that. I'm aware that somebody appearing in your dreams is pretty intimate.
She leans back a little, thinks.
You're welcome to think about it if you want.
The Tiger Temple on the top of the
The
mountain.
one where you punch the zombie in the face, that one. That's where you want to go.
Yes.
Do you want to describe it to me, or do you just want me to make what I think that would look like? Like from your weird story that you told me, because either way I'm into it, to be honest.
Perhaps one day we will see the mountains ourselves.
Might be nice.
But I am very amused by the idea of what you think they look like.
Okay. But really, if you want to show me, we can do that. We can change it mid-date if you want. See how you feel.
Perhaps that is something for a third date.
Well, I don't show your temple till the third date. I'm sorry, it's been a really awful 24 hours. I really don't have a filter right now. There's like some real deep shock going on. Like the eyes are just all over the place with Celestia right now.
I am
Apologies.
glad you are well.
Thank you. I feel a bit guilty about it, to be honest. It seems like everyone else is fucked. And weirdly, we were alright in Kraken's Bane. Somehow.
Right place, wrong time.
Yeah. She been alright? I gesture at Clara because I know she won't tell me if she's been terrible.
Well enough. She keeps trying to get up and be one of the staff instead of one of the patients.
Of course she fucking does.
I can hear you, and I can help. No! Lie down. Rest.
Stop it. Have a fucking sandwich. I bought you one. Sit down and eat something. Sorry,
Matron
I
actually
love
picks
you. That
up one of
was
the
very
sandwiches
harsh.
and shoves it vaguely, not straight into Clara's face, but in the direction of her face. So Clara picks it up and starts fiddling with the sandwich. Aggressive, sort of passive aggressively chewing on a cheese sandwich.
Do you want me to bring you some books? We've got some on the Kraken's Bane. Do you want some?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I should have thought of that. That would have been smart. I'll get you some, okay? All right.
Swallows cheese sandwich. I don't know if I've been I've been worse.
Fuck. I'm sorry. Shit. Really. Fucking hell. I'm really glad you're both alright, though. It's touch and go at night.
How are Scamp and Corzin?
Oh, they're whales right now. Yeah, exactly what you're picturing. That's what's happening there. They're being whales in the harbour. There is a reason. It's not just for fun. They are dragging ship things out of the water to some capacity. Yeah, all the cannons that got lost. Apparently, you need a whale to help with that. So now they're whales. Scamp's is pink.
Of course they are.
Yep. So that's happening. Yep. I think that's actually what I have to say on that. It's really weird. But yeah, so I haven't actually talked to them in a few hours because they've been being whales. So I'm not sure how they are, to be honest. They seem weirdly okay this morning at the funeral that we all went to. They seemed weirdly fine.
Yep.
I don't know how they're so fine because I feel like I'm a fucking mess, to be honest. Yeah, and apologies, my filter has left the building.
Clara frowns if she's not really sure what to say to that, and Saran cuts in. People react in different ways to tragedies.
Yeah.
And for many, that dark day was a miracle.
So fucking creepy. Neither of you have fucking converted, have you?
The Saran shrugs. It is impressive. It is, but to me, one of the 1,000.
Oh, fair. I realize I've never asked.
It does seem to be the fashion here to spiritually put all your eggs in one basket.
Yeah, it's the same. It's kind of the same down below. The local one is usually, what you go with and kill loads of people for, so...
Where I'm from, it's more different gods for different jobs.
Well, that makes more sense, to be honest.
Comes down to who... It varies depending on where you are. Where I'm from specifically, the 1,000 are thought of as being organised like a celestial bureaucracy. It's more a question of bribing the right department to get what you need.
Huh. That's an interesting and slightly creepy setup.
If you
Cool,
want good sailing, you bribe the Empress,
Huh.
who is master of the sea. And storms. If you want good harvests, you bribe the Emperor, who is master of the sun. War, bribe the general. Easy bowel movements, bribe the toilet god.
The toilet god. Are they a thing?
Yes, their name is...
I'm sorry, are you shitting me? I'm very tired, I can't tell.
The toilet god does.
No, you're fully serious. Like, that's amazing.
Their name is not spoken openly, lest it draw their attention.
I would not want the attention of the toilet god. Let's not do that.
Only in prayers of propitiation.
What about if you wanted good dates? What god would that be? Do I have to bribe anyone?
Usually, you would have to bribe me.
Are you the god of dates? Is that what you're saying?
No, but I am the person you want to have a good date with.
I'll be sure to bring a sizable bribe. That's what you usually bring on a date.
She gestures to the flowers and
this is true.
and the food.
Yeah, very true. Is this enough of a bribe, or do I need to lavish you with more gifts than the food I could scrounge and some flowers from the park?
I suppose they will tide me over to whatever dream food or drink you bring.
Oh, we should actually be alright to eat there, because we're not really there. So actually, yeah, we can do that. But you know that usually you can't eat there, right?
Clara mentioned we had to eat and drink.
Definitely.
From
If
our
you're physically
supplies.
there, no. If you're not physically there, which we won't be, because
Good
it's
point.
like
Saran has travelled through the Dreamfold.
Yeah,
She
it's
does
like
remember
our,
this.
Our brain spirits. Yeah, I'm going to go with that. It's
Clara
us.
coughs. Eidolon.
What?
The word you're looking for is Eidolon.
Oh, eidolons. Yes. Those ones. So not actual flesh bodies. I'm making this really weird. I'm so sorry. I should stop fucking talking.
I'm sure we can spend ample time with our flesh bodies when I'm not bedridden.
Yeah, I mean... the good news is she can't stop you. I put it the matron. She can't stop you getting pissed in the Dreamfold.
So, that's a challenge. Then she goes, no drinking, even in your dreams. Fuck you.
What's she gonna do?
Smack. I told you, I am spoken for.
Wow, that was a lot as a 30 seconds, wasn't it? But yeah, we should do that.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
In that case, I will see you in your dreams.
Yes.
Thank you for visiting.
It's alright.
Thanks for coming.
I'll leave you both to rest and stop talking creepy shit at you now. But lots of love. To both of you.
Clara gives you a smile, a wave, and then hurriedly eats some cheese sandwich under the glare of the matron. Surround smiles.
Probably give them both small hugs, I think.
Yeah.
With a kiss on the cheek for Saran.
She gives you a kiss in the cheek back.
Aww.
And you head off to
Visit
rejoin.
Veeg, actually.
Sorry?
I think I visit Veeg while I'm there.
Yeah.
Like, he might not be awake.
Veeg is Veeg is actually in enforced bed rest, but he insisted upon being wheeled out to the funeral that morning.
Oh yeah.
So he's actually basically in a rented room, very close to where that wake was conducted, which was separate from Torfast's much rowdier wake. He's actually keeping somewhere closer to Madame Wu's. I think was it Madame Wu's or Madame G's? It was the it was the dragon of I think it's the dragon of misfortune.
The unlucky dragon.
There we go. Yeah,
we had this whole conversation about so many places are called the lucky dragon.
Yeah. Next to Wolee's, the unlucky dragon is where they held the wake for Shen Yu and the Goblin Sailors. So he's actually kept out there. But I'll say that you are able to pay him a visit. And we may come back to that, or to you rejoining the rest of your companions after these, no doubt important, messages.
Do you suffer from joint pain, lumbago, or any number of mundane or magical ailments? Do you experience allergic reactions when handling enchanted material? Well, then consider the marvelous Dr. Weisskopf's Practical Panacea. Everything from the common cold to an unwanted magical transmogrification has been effectively treated by Dr. Weisskopf's Practical Panacea. Citation pending. Consult your cleric before use.
And welcome back. So, Celestia, you make your way, as mentioned, you make your way down to the Lower Stacks place, Lower Stacks location, where Vig is currently recuperating. You find him presently in talking to members of the Goblin crew of the Witch's Tit, including got a direction of got a specific look of her here, including his a goblin woman. There we go, Witch's Tit. There we go, with umber orange skin, black hair, and a queue, and who looks similar to Shen Yu, the former first mate, whose ashes you watched get scattered, but little bit younger, though probably only by a few years. She gives you a nod of the head as you come in. Chantiman Stardust.
Hello. Just doing the rounds with some food baskets.
Glad to hear it.
How are you doing, darling?
Pushes himself up in the bed. As you can see, he's got the prosthetic peg off and sat in the wheelchair to one side. Stiff. He also has his left hand still bound up and splintered from where the surgery had happened the previous day. He shrugs a little. According to Corzin, it will come back. I can definitely still feel a little bit of the pain through the opiates, but
Yay!
could be worse.
Suppose so. Still fucking sucks, though, doesn't it? I'm sorry.
It is sort of the issue with this.
Yeah. I'm really glad you're alive and stuff.
Oh, me too.
Enjoyed the weird array of foods I was able to get in a bomb-hit city.
Thank you. That's ooh, is it pate?
Think so. Yeah.
He goes and picks up a little bit, scoops a bit of crust into it. I don't think I've ever had pate made from mushrooms before.
Really?
Usually it's made from goose liver or something.
Ha! No, that's a cultural gap, that is. Mushroom pate is fucking everywhere down below. I would have considered that it wasn't normal.
How are
Fucking
you
love
holding up?
mushrooms down there. What?
How are you holding up?
Just sort of like this silence.
Ah,
You
that's
know,
well,
Oh,
huh?
Yeah. Yeah, real well. So well. I feel like everyone else is doing better than me, to be honest. It's a bit embarrassing. Yeah.
Well, normally I would,
Not injured or anything, though. Physically fine.
different
Weirdly.
circumstances, different people. I'd suggest maybe getting a drink and getting into a bar fight or something.
I've done the drink part quite a lot. Everyone's injured, so like getting into a fight feels really mean.
I know, right?
There's enough fighting me. I mean, we could have a punch up if you want to.
I feel like you
But I
might have
think
the
I
range
win.
on me. Yeah, careful! If I'll get out of this bed. Come over there and beat you up. Yeah?
I mean, one-handed.
It's gonna have to be.
That's what I was meaning.
Shen Kao, hand me a stick or something. I need some range.
If you had a
Gee.
stick, I think you'd win. Especially today. I'm not very on it.
You see the goblin first mate gives a wry grin of her own. Doesn't move to get a stick. All said and done, though. I get what you mean. Doesn't hit me the same way, but
You seem very chill. Is it a really good act? Is that what's happening?
no, I've just seen more fucked up shit than this. And I've had a lot of years to do it, and
You're very old. Almost dead.
oh, shut up, toddler.
Ah,
That's fair.
He shrugs a little at it. People react in different ways. Marlon, actually, used to get so drunk after a proper massacre.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, one of the reasons he took him so long to follow in the family business.
Huh. That makes sense, actually.
But
Never did it in front of people, though, did he?
no, not usually.
I didn't know that well. Should have made him better, to be honest.
Hmm.
He was lovely.
He nods. He was best of Bloodbeard's kids, found or fathered. But that was always the issue. At the end of the day, he was actually pretty good at it, and not so good at just being a merchant. So it took a lot of time, but I talked him back into going into the does air quotes with his fingers, legal side of it, taking up privateering.
Yeah.
Got really close to it working out.
I know.
Oh, that one score.
Very close.
Ah, well.
I'm sorry. It's probably not the day to be bringing this up, is it? Whoops.
Ah. There's always... It's a strange thing. Feels like we must be coming up on maybe 10 months now. Something like that.
That's
I-
weird.
I'd say there's not a day goes by, but maybe, and that was true for the first few months, but things come up.
Yeah, that is kind of how it works, isn't it? Suddenly you realise that a couple have gone by, actually, when you didn't think about them. And then you feel kind of bad.
It's not much comfort, but it gets easier with practice. Doesn't get easy, though.
No, I didn't think so.
But you... How did Marlin once put it? You grow around these things. And then you get up and walk on. Figuratively. He looks at the food basket, pulls out a slightly withered-looking apple and takes a bite.
Yeah, sorry, I think they might have been scraping the apple barrel a bit there.
Yeah. Well, it's always nice to have morose chats. They're not letting me drink anything.
No, I'll have to drink for you then. Yeah.
Again, not the person to really talk to, but Marlin said you need to take time to grieve these things. And then go out and spend time with the living.
Yeah. That sounds absolutely correct in theory.
Yeah, it's a bitch though, isn't it?
Yeah, also it feels like, again, everyone else is just doing it. Corzin and Scamp are whales right now.
That tracks.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Scamp's is pink.
Of course. Of course
Ridiculous.
it is. I don't know what the best way will be for you. I mean... when I knew them... Vengeance as well. Both of them just really got hard into fights as a way of coping.
You tell me I should go and kill some people and I'll feel better.
It sort of blunts the edge of it, but
Really?
like if they're shitheads and you people you don't know, and also if you're the kind of person who does that.
I think I might be more in the Marlin camp as it turns out.
That's probably better. We were not nice people.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people wanted me to be like that for a long time, and I just never was. Always felt like shit when I hurt someone. Just didn't think it was important. We're really getting morose, aren't we? It's not even the middle of the night on the ship or anything. That's usually when this happens.
Well, you know, it's the atmosphere.
It's the party atmosphere
The festive atmosphere.
of this little strange hospital wing. Yes, of course.
Actually, I will say that although the previous members were in a hospital wing, Vig is actually basically just in a room because he wanted to stay close and talk to his crew. So he's just basically in some rented rooms.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, Shen Kao coughs. Do you still need me, Captain? No, take a break. And thank you. She nods, stands up and leaves, closing the door after her. I'd like to say I was the same. But no.
In what way?
Feeling bad.
Oh, is that like not a thing for you?
I don't know if it's a thing or not. It's something I really don't think about. Where I grew up, it was pretty normal to staple people to the outside of your boat. And then Dad wasn't much better.
You were a reaver, weren't you? Partly.
I wouldn't say I grew up enough to do the reaving. Dad got me pretty
you
early.
were brought up for a bit by reavers.
Yeah. I don't remember a lot of it. So I always kind of feel like my life started when I was 8 years old. But Marlon says I was a real cunt in the early days before I got used to it. Kept trying to kill Dad, kept trying to escape.
Huh.
Yeah.
I mean, that seems pretty fair.
Yeah, I mean, I
You were
suppose
basically kidnapped by a random stranger as far as you were concerned.
Yeah, he did basically kidnap me when it comes down to it.
Yeah, and he was, like, to you, he was essentially just some guy, right?
I always wonder if that's how, like, puppies feel when, like, you pick them up and, you know, they get a new owner. It's just some strange person who's picked them up and stolen them.
I didn't think of you as somebody who thinks about these things, if I'm honest with you.
It's Marlon. It was a drunk conversation I had with Marlon years ago.
Do you need a puppy to feel better? Should I bring you a puppy?
We have a cat now. It's...
Oh, you have a cat too?
Yeah, there's a cat, what was it?
Soul cat.
That halfling you basically it wouldn't be
God.
Shanghaied. It would be that halfling you hung out on board the ship.
I did not mean to do that. I did mean to charm him, but I didn't offer him a fucking job. Scamp Polly was still charmed. Was like, oh, do you want to be on a fucking pirate ship? And I was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? We just murdered his entire family, and he's not going to be happy about this. And now he's on your ship.
Huh.
So that happened. The second part was not my fucking doing. That was Scamp. That's
No
their
regrets.
fault. No regrets. So don't fucking blame me for the fact that he's on your ship, okay? I just gave him to Molly and didn't really think through what would happen to him next, so don't blame me for the fact that he's on your ship.
I mean, fortunately, he's a great cook.
Who's the cook? Oh, remind me to never eat on your ship.
That's probably for the best.
I'll bring
yes.
my own food
Yeah.
if I come. Because he'll poison me, which would be fair, honestly. Yeah.
No, I saw him earlier. He's a bit bedraggled, but okay. Had the cat with him too. Cat also survived.
Yeah, that kind of tracks. Went wide-eyed into the distance for a second. How is the cat? Is it weird?
It's a cat, as far as I can tell.
Great, good, lovely. It's a cat.
Yep. Follows.
Fully a cat, definitely.
Yeah, follows Monty McCallaghan.
It is
That's his
Monty,
name.
yeah.
Follows the cat follows Monty around everywhere.
Of course it does. Yep. Everything's fine.
But yeah, I'm not really the person to ask. Whatever, killing people is.
It's bad. Is that where this lecture is going? Or are you going to say killing people is great and fun and good and yay, actually? Where was that going?
More of a thing for some people than others. The point is, if you weren't okay with cold-bloodedly killing people, that probably just makes you most people who weren't raised by a man whose nickname was literally Bloodbeard.
This is true. I did kill a lot of people though, so I feel there's some cognitive dissonance going on here. Like I don't kill people when I don't have to, but then I suppose I could just never kill people. So
Cognitive dissonance. Is that the thing where you make people
Is that
bleed
the
from
right
the
term?
ears?
yes. Yes, that's what it is, Vig, yes. Yeah.
Cast
I'm
cognitive
gonna
dissonance.
cast cognitive dissonance. You're just gonna feel a bit confused for a few minutes and conflicted and kind of sad.
I'm not sure that I was quite the person to reassure you.
I was mostly coming to just bring you a fruit basket and be a friend. But thank you for trying anyway. I wasn't
the
actually
fruit basket is
expecting-
appreciative.
In the nicest possible way, I wasn't expecting you to make me feel better, particularly.
It's alright, I don't have any alcohol.
This is true. But I don't feel like we have drunken trauma talks in the middle of the night to feel better.
This may be a good point.
I enjoy them, don't get me wrong, they're a great pastime, and sometimes we need them, but I think mostly we have, like pain competitions, and just want to talk to someone who won't look horrified when we talk about our weird childhoods. And it's quite good, but I wouldn't say it makes me feel better. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. No, that makes sense. I guess all I'll say then is take care of yourself. I won't say don't do anything I wouldn't do, because I would do a lot of
You
shit.
do everything.
But don't do anything,
From
Marlon.
some of the stuff you've told me in the middle of the night, you do everything.
I would say don't do anything that No, that won't work. Don't do anything Marlon wouldn't do.
That's quite sweet, actually. I'm quite glad you're alive, by the way, and I hope we continue to have our weird trauma chats in the middle of the night. It's actually really nice to have someone who doesn't raise their eyebrows at me.
Yeah, come onto my ship whenever you like. Just apparently don't eat the food.
No, I'll bring my own food and drink. And don't bring the cat anywhere fucking near me. It'll eat me.
I mean, just bring your cat. I feel like it would eat that cat.
Yeah, she would. I don't know where she is. Still does her own thing most of the time.
Last you saw her was in
flying
Jim
on the
Diamond's
bar.
bar and grill.
Electrocuting people for fun.
Somewhere in the city, completely unseen, Colander is riding a lightning tiger.
Yes!
Oh, brilliant.
I would like to see that. That would be pleasing.
Yes.
Well, I'd probably go and check on Scamp and Corzin.
You do that, and hey,
But thank you, and sorry I'm so fucking weird today.
it happens. Thanks for bringing the fruit and the weird mushroom paste. Don't be a stranger.
Alright, I'll come for drinks soon.
He gives you a little salute,
Back.
and you head back
I
to...
don't feel like we're friends who hug, unless we're very drunk.
Thiegs not really are, though.
I think I've hugged him before when I've been very drunk. I
Oh, yeah.
feel it. But he's not a hugger.
You head back, presumably, to the ship, by which time a great deal of armaments have been fished out of the bottom of the bay by, well, not fish, but whales.
Mammals?
Wailed out.
Yeah.
Been whaled out.
I think it's just been sort of steady drinking happening for this whole time. How are you two?
Are we still whales at this point?
I mean, you're whales for as long as you want to be, / you have the spell slots for, because, it's an hour per whale.
I think you're whales for a while, aren't
So, you are whales for, most of the day to get all of the stuff out.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I can probably work out how many I've got, but that's maths that I can't be bothered with.
Fair.
so-
basically, you spend the day spend the day reverse whaling. No, that would just be you just sinking, just grabbing whalers and just drowning them. And then presumably harvesting them for parts? Okay.
Probably burnt most of my spell slots to get, twin a lot of whale time.
Yeah, so you spend most of the day on whale time.
Yeah.
So, yeah, what are your plans for the evening?
Ooh.
I mean, I have at least one dream I want to do.
Yeah.
What's everyone else want to do?
I have
Well-
no idea.
I think Corzin is going to want to check in with little Corzin at the earliest convenience, just so that it's established, hey, we're all alive, but stuff's busy, we'll work out what we're going to do imminently.
Yeah. I mean, we could technically get him back soon, couldn't we?
Yeah?
Yep.
Yeah. It depends what you want to do, though, because obviously it's Celestia I can send, but yeah.
Do we have the spell slots to retrieve him?
I mean,
Maths.
Scamp,
Sorry.
how many above 5th level spell slots do you have?
I mean, I do have above 5th, so yeah, I do have my 6th, 7th, and 8th, so we
Yeah.
could go and get him and come back.
I am gonna say that with 8 hours of whale dredging, which is what? Is it a 4th or a 5th every time?
It's a 4th, but I have to twin it, so it costs me 4 sorcery points as well.
Cool. And how many 4th level spell slots do you normally? 4th and 5th level spell slots do you normally have? And I will just sort of hand wave a lot of the rest.
I mean, I've got 5 total, and I can,
Cool.
make
You've
sorcery
spent
points out of
everything.
the-
You've basically spent everything at 5th level or lower.
Cool.
Okay.
You spent your magic being whales today.
But the high level
Okay.
is
Wales!
That was surprisingly liberating, actually.
Oh, was it?
Yeah,
Have
it's-
fun.
Yeah, it
Yes.
was there's a weird sort of symmetry in being whales that are stripping ship for parts, not the other way around.
Huh.
That's
Interesting.
the point.
Do we get loads of cannons and stuff?
Yes, we did. Look at all
Yes,
the
we
cannons.
Yeah, the docks are just piled high with stacked cannon, and people basically cleaning them off, putting blacking on them to try and avoid further rust.
That is a lot of cannons.
Yep.
Yep.
Very, very many.
Because in this period, the cannons would be iron, and the interiors would be copper. Jacket would basically be copper lined, because you don't want to fire iron cannonballs out of an iron casing.
Why?
Friction. The iron
Yep.
will spark on the iron, whereas it will glide off copper.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Originally, they used to cast cannons entirely out of copper or out of bronze, but it's really expensive. So eventually, I believe it was cast out of iron, line the interior, the chamber with bronze.
Yes, because if they sparked on the way out, it could cause misfires and bad stuff happens.
Yeah. Also, it just throws the trajectory off.
Yeah. How make cannon go bang without make ship go boom?
Yes, always the question.
Something which apparently the Wilmer couldn't manage.
Yeah, the Wilma did not do well on that front. God damn it, Wilma.
Obviously, not very well maintained cannons.
Yeah. They bought them on the cheap.
Yeah.
So what do you two want to do tonight?
Any
Any plans?
No, not really. We did the thing.
We did.
We did do the thing, yes.
I think after all that, I just want to spend time around people close to me. You know, it's important.
Indeed. Bobs,
Yes,
did you say between sessions that you wanted to dream to someone weird?
I do, yes.
I was
But
wondering
that's
if you'd
sort of
remembered or not,
bedtime.
because you haven't mentioned
Oh,
it.
yes.
Yeah, cool. I mean, if there's anything
Yeah.
you want to do before bedtime, there's also that as well.
I was just thinking if there is.
I don't know really, because we did all the funerals.
Yeah.
There, I will say that Belle is preparing. Has prepared extra. Well, her usual meals plus a little bit extra, and there is, as with much of the city, after in the literal wakes of the many funerals that have been conducted, there is a sort of deliberate festival air to it, and there are a number of the crew are electing to drink and celebrate. So outside of Corzin's cabin, there is merriment and enthusiasm going along amongst the rest of the ship. The spider tieflings are completely wasted because they have 0 alcohol tolerance.
It's brilliant.
You can see Auden, the bald chap, that bald human chap is juggling. You didn't know he could juggle. He can.
That's rather impressive.
Huh. That's really cool.
Slightly lighter tune and set of music in the background as well.
Where's Molly during all this?
Molly has been, honestly, probably getting a drink and something to eat. It's about this point that she comes into your stateroom with some drink, with 3 drinks, goat's milk for Scamp, and just essentially a plate of just canapes.
Oh,
just
you
like
are a
small things.
lifesaver.
No, you're a wonderful person.
Oh, it's all right. I thought you might have been busy. It seemed like you're so busy having a whale of a time, you might have forgotten to eat.
Yeah,
Thank you. I spent
definitely-
a long time on that.
More worryingly, I didn't forget to eat, and now I worry about the things I ate when I was a whale and where they've gone.
I mean, that's a lot of krill.
That is actually kind of concerning.
Yeah.
Somewhere on the side of the ship, on like washing it, like just on the side of a pier somewhere. Scamp didn't notice it because they were so busy. Like they were so busy turning back from a whale and getting straight on, like looking up at things. Someone is just like shoveling just a massive mound of half-digested plankton chum.
Did they not eat anything today? Are they like really hungry?
It's kind of weird. You feel upon returning from your polymorphed form, like exactly as hungry as you were when you first went into it. Like your body's just been off somewhere. And
I've learned not to question this, but then again, I'm a person like multiple times my own body weight in a very short amount of time, so it's weird.
That was like
Next time we do it,
magnificent
I'm going to put like a sandwich or something in my mouth just before I do it, and then see what happens when I come back.
Will you still have a sandwich in your mouth?
I don't know.
That's a question.
You are.
Where
never
does the
doing this to
sandwich
me.
go?
How are you both not having a crisis over this right now? I'd be going fucking insane if this was me.
Are you talking about the whale or the battle or just everything?
Or the sandwich?
I mean, the answer is, apart from the sandwich, yes. At that second, I was referring to where the
Sandwich.
fuck's my body been for like hours.
Well,
I'm
I
pretty
was.
sure it was still there.
The thing was, I was always like mentally
No.
present. It was a bit weird. It's like,
Like being dead.
no, it's
No.
Being
like
under your eyeballs and being a whale.
No.
it's like slipping into a different pair of clothes you're not quite used to, I suppose. Like it takes a while to get used to the feel of it, and then after a while it's okay, and then you go back to what you were before, and you have to readjust again. Or
this is an interesting explanation from a man with eyes in his bollocks.
I'm sorry, why have you never mentioned that you have them on your body?
No comment as to whether
Corzin
that
goes
was a joke.
crimson. Thank you, dear.
That is a hell of a view.
I want to ask so many questions.
And
I'm
you're
not
getting
going
0
to.
answers.
I'm not asking. Did you see me not asking? Did you see that level of restraint that just happened, Molly?
She raises an eyebrow, passes you some canapes.
Not that I did before, but I don't think I'm ever going to miss taking a piss again.
Well, how do you cope with having eyes everywhere?
You know, I think that's a fair question,
That sounds terrible.
but I wish I had an
Yeah.
answer for you. After a while, you just sort of get used to it. Like, I can see that wall over there behind me now, in the same way as I can see the wall in front of me. And at first, that was really disorientating, but now it's just
really
like...
scary.
I think I'd just throw up the whole time.
Me too, though.
Yeah, it's...
What's really interesting is how relatively okay you are when you take the belt off.
Yeah, like you don't suddenly just
You're not suddenly like, oh fuck, I'm blind, help me. Yeah.
Well, I've been, I suppose, used to that for about, well, almost 60 years up to that point, so it's more like if you've been spending ages looking through a spyglass and then you're having to look at things close up again.
I don't think that's how it is. Having eyes all
would
over
give
your
me a
body.
headache.
I just don't think it's like that.
It's a bit weird, but you get used to it.
This is such a weird day.
Yes, it is.
Pick the drink up off the table.
But honestly, I think, tough though it's been, there's a lot to celebrate. Not just, hey, we're all, still alive, but also things are gonna be very different now.
Well, like loads of people are dead, so the city's different.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but it's gonna be...
Like loads of buildings of flats, so the city's a bit different now.
Geographically, it is different.
Yeah,
It's a big
I can
word.
see that.
Geographically, it's...
Yeah.
Maps are all wrong now.
I
Well,
just
suppose-
remember
Some
somebody
bits
told
out.
me to look at how the sun was shining while you were both whales, and I basically bit their fucking face off, so it might not be the day for positivity.
Did
I'm
you
afraid,
punch
friends.
them? Because I might have punched them, and you know how badly I punch.
I didn't punch them. No, I didn't do that. I was tempted, though.
Well done on the restraint, yes.
Thank you. Just please don't look on the bright side me today.
I mean,
It's
yay,
murder.
the sun is shining, but it's shining on a bunch of corpses and rubble, so...
You see, this is what I
maybe that
fucking
ain't-
thought, right? Oh, it's like the corpses are beautifully lit. Thank you.
But also, I was a whale today, so that's great.
Yes.
But also lots of people are dead.
Yeah.
But also, we didn't lose,
No.
but lots of people are dead. And we're all alive, but lots of people are dead.
I mean, the two crime gangs really lasted it out, so, everything's fine.
The crime friends are doing great.
I think it's best when we have, conflicting feelings like this. Don't have them alone.
That's how we always used to do it in the unit. Just
Yeah.
stick with your buddies, toast the ones who didn't make it, drink with the ones who did.
Corzin does.
As does she.
I mean, yeah, we did that. We did the whole funeral thing, and we were all... I think I did all my people for today, I don't think I want to go out and do another party.
I don't know what I want.
I think
I've been
I
doing-
used it all up.
I've
don't have
been
to.
doing tasks all day. Just getting the supplies organised, that sort of thing. I tend to keep busy.
Agreed.
I made an
It
attempt
was
at
easier
keeping
being
busy.
a whale.
Yeah, it does
Really
really...
tried to keep busy. But then I kept busy by seeing all the injured friends who were in hospital. So, it's not been my favourite day, if I'm honest. If that's okay with everyone.
Well,
Yeah.
it'd be weird if it was.
Oh, Lady Grace is still alive, by the way, in case anyone was wondering.
Alright, well, good to know that.
I just realised we're still hearing news about people. I should probably
Where
put
is
that
she?
on. I don't know, doing planning.
Right,
Not drunk for the
okay.
first time in a week, apparently.
Oh,
Yay!
Yay!
alright, well, we'll deal with that later on.
Yeah. Hang on. What do you two want to do about your tiny, small child?
Yes.
Do you want me to send to him or anything?
If you could, yes.
No,
I-
obviously. Do we
I'd love-
want to bring him back today? Can we?
If that's possible. But if not, then we can do that as soon as it is.
I mean, sorry to be bleak about this, but frankly, we've been talking about how the sun's shining on the corpses and so on, but the corpses have all now been cleaned up.
Okay.
Things are
Also,
still...
if they haven't, there's none on the ship.
Yeah, there's...
Yeah, he'll be...
Yeah, things are still a mess there, but... I'd like to have him back where I can see him, you know?
Agreed. And I mean, even under the best circumstances, I wouldn't have wanted him to be going off the ship for at least another couple of days.
I mean, there are some people we're gonna have to tell him are dead, which is...
Oh, fuck.
Or
I'll deal with that.
missing. And we haven't... I haven't seen Alton.
Me
I've
neither.
seen Alton.
I think we
Haven't heard any
nothing.
news. They're still uncovering a lot of the battery, but yeah, she shakes her head.
Yeah. Sure there'll be more news in the next few days.
Yeah.
So maybe we just don't mention some people for a little bit until we got...
The people we don't
know.
know about, I think that's probably sensible.
Yeah.
But the people we do know about, I think we should tell them. But,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm saying this, you're his parents. Fucking hell, that's not my decision, sorry.
Look, given what's just happened, I'd feel better if he were close by.
Well, I suppose I should probably warn Courage.
Yeah.
If you could.
Yeah, shall I ask him when would be good, or what the fuck is... What time is it there? Anyone
Okay, what
know?
time is it here versus what
Never
time is it
know.
there?
At this point, you're probably looking at like 9 in the evening, because like you're like into the
Probably, yeah,
evening.
it's been a
Right.
holiday.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
like
so he'd
1
be
in the
awake.
afternoon.
Oh, that's not too bad.
Yeah.
So... Should I ask him if there's a good time in the next couple of hours to come back?
Yeah.
Yeah, like, obviously, like, the sooner the better, but I don't want to
Yeah.
wake him up and tell him he's coming in 10 minutes again.
Yeah,
that
no,
felt
that's...
mean last time.
Yeah.
Just in
Yeah.
case they're actually doing something, they might be out or something. It's the
Of course,
you know?
yeah.
Well, I'm going to go to the sending room. Straight away there. I'll be back in a minute. Topple over to the sending
Yep.
room. The walking sequence.
Diddly, diddly, diddly.
Yes. Oh, you're all coming. Excellent.
Well, I'm going to
Yeah.
come with you. Oh, we're all going. Okay.
So, anything else you want me to say other than come see us in a bit?
Bums.
Cool. I can add
Hope
that.
everyone's okay there.
Yep.
Much love.
Yeah. Alright, I gather the rainbow spirit into a little blob. Courage, darling. Hello. Battle done. Technically, win. Yay. Bad battle. Very bad. Want to come back? Next couple hours? Hope. All okay. Send love. Bums.
The rainbow spirit disappears. After a few moments, you get a response.
Excellent.
Hey. Glad to hear we won. If badly. Let's say 1 hour from now, we'll come back. I'll tell Corzin. Tell Scamp Bums also. Bye.
He says bums also. Which is
Psychic,
the
how
most-
did he know it was me?
It's
I-
kind of like the code word.
Possibly know. I've no idea how he knew it was you. But yeah, 1 hour from now.
It's half what I've been
Yeah,
assuming thus far.
I mean, do we want to come straight back? We could spend the night there, or
Oh fuck, I
how's
suppose
everyone doing?
we could, couldn't we? I don't
Do we
know.
want to be out the city for a little bit, or would it be good to be around?
it's probably going to be the middle of the day there still. Most of the Grimani's going to be out, right?
Might be at work.
I mean,
Out the city is kind of appealing,
I could.
but also I feel a bit bad leaving.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm on the fence.
Feels a little bit like running away from our mess.
It does. It does feel like just fucking everything up and then leaving people who need you. But you know, what if Saran or Clara suddenly take a turn and we're not there? I know that they're probably okay, but I'm worrying. You know,
we should be here. Yeah.
That's very responsible. Personally, I was just going to suggest we leave Watcher Wheels in charge as next down for a night, as next down the order of command, and you and me, my love, go and spend some time with our son in a nice sunny city that's not kind of torn to shit.
I mean, if you two want to go, that's fine.
I suppose if they need us, they can send for us and we can be back here pretty fast.
It's true.
That's true, actually.
Sorry, I'm the one with the raised dead spells.
No, you're right.
And yeah, we're still waiting on people turning up. But then again, I suppose time doesn't really make a difference to that. So,
Like you got like a week, haven't you, with that one?
I don't really know. I think so. Feels like a few days at least.
Then if-
I know a spell that makes that time longer, and it's not a hard one, so there's bound to be people who can do that.
That's true.
And you know this for a fact because that's exactly what happened to the lady, to that young girl you brought back.
What about an in-between option? What about like not all night, but we say hello for a bit?
Yeah, that seems reasonable. Yeah,
Sure.
be good to see what's been happening in Kion.
Yeah, and I mean maybe we end up staying. I don't know. Yeah, let's go.
Sound good to you, Molly?
Yeah, sure.
I mean, Scamp will be doing it. It's not like mental to do.
I mean, it's gonna be. I'm not gonna be much use in a fight today, so let's avoid fights.
If there are any fights today, I think we'll all be useless. So yeah.
Well,
I mean,
let's-
I'll be really useful once in a big
Cut-
way, and then
Cut
I'm out.
to Balrog like bursting out of the streets of Kion.
Wow.
Yeah. A question. Should I send again and say, fancy a visit? Are you all there?
Why not?
Let's just turn up. Because we can ask when we're there.
True.
This is true, but isn't it like a lot of people for you to get through and get back?
No, we kind of got I've got to do it twice. Once to get us there, and then for us to come back. So, meh.
Be 4 on the way out, 6 on the way back. It's basically just whether or not we can all run through in time, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like a 10-foot circle. It's big enough that you can get a few people around the edge. You just jump in it.
Yeah, I mean, we could practice all holding hands and jumping through together.
I will be fine.
What?
Fuck it, I can't be bothered. Let's just go. We'll just leave if they don't want us.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's like a weird multi-person game of hopscotch.
One moment. Let me just get
The Gramanis.
the Gramanis out.
Yeah.
This is slightly unexpected turn.
Yeah, we
Sorry.
prepared you for a few people, but not these people.
No, this is
Well, actually, it makes sense. Sorry.
absolutely. That's fine. Search.
World Anvil, he's searching on World Anvil. Yeah.
Not
It's a
sponsored.
theme tune. It's not sponsored, like, even slightly.
I'm actually I don't think I even got them well done. I'm searching some of my old notes on like Notepad++.
file. He's searching for a notepad file, still not sponsored. Yeah. If we were sponsored by shitty notepad software, that'd be amazing. I'll be into that. Feel very D&D to be sponsored by shitty notepad software.
Yeah, Notepad++ does not need to advertise. It is long established. Okay, in which case, yeah, you gather round in the standing room. Molly runs off to just to inform Watcher Wheels, the carpenter, is next down in the line since you still need to replace your quartermaster.
Question for Scamp. Can I bring my cat?
Yeah.
Excellent. I'm going to find the cat.
One moment. Like, it takes you like... Oh God, roll the d6.
Oh no. There's a point where I'll just give up and find it tomorrow. 3.
Are you willing to spend 30 minutes trying to find your cat?
Well, we established it in an
Yes.
hour, so yeah, sure.
So it takes 30 minutes for you to find your cat. She pads up to the docks, like just up to the edge of the ship. Wasn't on the ship, just calmly licking herself. You swear she's licking up gravy.
What have you got?
Ow,
Is it delicious at least?
ow,
Good. Do you want to come to Kion?
ow.
I'm going to take that as a yes.
Wow. Starts
I
rubbing up
scoop
against your
her.
leg.
I do scooping.
Dropping.
I pick up
Take
the
her
enormous cat.
She's getting bigger.
And I take her to the teleport place.
Okay, everyone's gathered together.
Do I just want to see what happens in Kion if I bring her? Kind of, yes.
Yep.
Okay, you gather around as Scamp draws up the circle and sprinkles your crushed gemstones into it. As you cast the spell, over the minute or so, the winds whip up, and eventually a thin line of light slices down the middle of the air and then suddenly expands outwards into a hole leading, like, strangely, it looks like a face-on hole from every direction, leading straight into the vault portal door in the below the Grimani's basement. As one, you leap through, slightly staggered so that you don't, like, nobody hits each other midway trying to jump through this hole in space. And a moment later, it closes behind you. And you find yourselves back in formerly Destin Suquelin's vault/basement.
Are you okay? Was that a lot for you?
This, like, yeah, Stormy was, like, a little confused by the whipping winds, then kind of alarmed, and, like...
We've done it before.
No, she's like this every single time, I'm gonna say. Just, like, a little bit, like, cat reacting to weird...
I give her good pat.
It's actually a little bit worse this time. It's like you've taken her to the vet once, and now she knows what this place means.
Right, yeah. It's like a
That's why I
travel
couldn't
case, isn't
find
it?
her. She knew.
And it's like you have to pry her claws out of your arm.
Ow. I just wanted you to come with me because I'm sad.
She flops to the ground, tail up. It's like waddles off into the next room in investigation.
Fine. See if I care.
It's not the room that leads. By the way, the room. It's not the room that leads into the vault with a huge, like, copper mess leading up. She goes the other way. You find her, like, vaguely nosing around the place where, mercifully, Destin Suquelin's bones no longer are. It seems that at some point in the last few months, one of the Grimanis
has a skeleton in our house.
Yeah, realised there was a skeleton in the closet and proceeded
In the treasure vault, but
in
yeah.
the treasure vault, and presumably went and gave him some sort of burial.
Yeah.
But yes, you do eventually coax your cat into leaving the giant sand pit after she leaves a present in Dustin's place.
Don't deal with it.
It's a cat sandpit. Yeah.
Inevitable.
They basically managed to usher her out the rest of the way. You go up through the secret exit, and emerge in the pantry. Emerging out of the pantry to find, let's see, who have we got? 3 members of the... No, actually 4 members of the Gramanis. 4 members of the Gramanis, and little Corzin sat around the dinner table finishing a somewhat impromptu lunch. Little Corzin looks up and goes, "Pa! Ma!"
Corzin! And I run forward and embrace him.
You can see there Justice. Justice looks up looks up from the sandwich he's eating, as does Courage. Seems pleasantly surprised. Wisdom is here as well, and looks very pleasantly surprised to see the 4 of you arrive. There's also I'm going to say Lilith, but not Chase today, and she and just a reminder, it's been a long time. Lilith, plump, green-skinned, nubby little bull horns, tiefling woman, and she's wearing a floral dress. This time in pink and purple, actually. Rather than her old white and green flowers one. And she looks up with surprise and a little consternation, honestly. Going, God, what's her voice? Oh, hello. It's pleasant to see you, and so I expect to. Thank you. Got my wrong voice notes. Annoyingly, I have descriptions here, but I don't have my damn voice notes.
So she's northern.
She's northern. She's northern. Northern come to the judge. Sorry, I don't know why I have
It's been a long time.
It's been a long time since you've done any of the Gramanis, don't worry.
I'll be honest, the Gramani original notes are in my paper file, and I do not know where that is.
Oh, that will be... Oh, yeah, we moved house a lot last year.
We moved house 3 times last year.
Yeah, we're still unpacking everything, so it exists. It's definitely still here somewhere, but God knows where.
Yeah, there we go. That makes them sense. So Lilith, sorry, will be. Oh, it's lovely to. What a surprising and pleasant surprise. I really wasn't expecting. So.
Yeah, sorry, we suck. There's not really an excuse for us not sending to you. We just sort of decided we'd come and visit, and if you didn't want us, we'd fuck off.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, we did say we were coming generally.
I suppose that. Hello, Scamp.
Hello.
She does seem a little flustered.
We can go if you want.
We don't have
really
to
not
stay.
a problem.
No, it's fine. Courage says. She's wanting to get back to Chase, who's busy holding down the fort with the whole planting project. I said I was only going to be a short amount of time, and
you can go. It's okay.
Justice
We can visit another time.
polishes his spectacles and goes, "It is good to see. It's good to see all of you, and oh, hello." Looks at Stormy. He starts patting over to him. "Oh, aren't you an adorable one? Come here.
Are you a cat fan?
He starts scritching Stormy behind the ears.
It's great to see all of you as well.
lived on all of the ships.
This is an excellent revelation.
Hello. Come here. Do you like scratches by doors? Yes, you do. Come.
She does very much. She'll be your best friend.
Just thinking back, is this the first time Molly has met all of the Gramanis at once?
No, because she has met them previously when you were previously in Crosswater.
Right.
First set
of
out.
course.
With
Yeah.
those things. So Molly, for her part, has sort of slipped over.
I was just getting that straight in my head. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, slipped over to Lilith, and you just overhear a little bit of conversation. Sorry for not calling. I just really wanted to spend a bit to see my son. We thought we'd pop over. Honestly, it's fine. I can't stick around very long. If I'd known you were all coming, I would have made sure I had a bit more time. Brought things. We dropped in on unexpected. Thank you for being so gracious. No, it's all right. Listen, I do have to be. It's fine. Wisdom, meanwhile, is just sort of smiling and looking at Scamp.
Hello.
How are you doing?
We're alive. I was a whale today.
I didn't know you could do that.
Neither did I. Just seemed to make sense suddenly.
Oh, honestly, that's really cool.
It certainly was.
How's all the university stuff going? Is there anyone you need us to I was going to say rough up, but that's not right.
Disappear.
Persuade.
Oh wow, two kinds of people.
Nah.
It's... Well, I talked previously about the... Oh, yep, this is real fucking wasn't expecting this person today. Give me a moment.
Was
It'd be rude
Professor
not to ask
Sandy
about
something, wasn't it?
Yeah, it would be. Sorry.
Professor Catchment?
No.
No,
Yes.
that's somebody else, isn't it?
The hell is Catchment?
Professor Catchment was someone, I swear.
Professor Catchment is someone. This shit is like...
I mean, we don't need a name.
Honestly, yeah,
We'll find a name when we're doing it again. Don't
Yeah.
worry.
Fucking hell, sorry, I'm blanking. I
It
haven't been these people in months.
We were like, could you find those
If the
people you were
situation is
6
the
months
same,
ago?
you could just say nothing's changed.
I
and we can move the
wasn't
conversation on.
Yeah,
these.
nothing has changed is a perfect
Yeah.
answer.
Fucking hell, I was not these people for months ago. And then we had just months of not doing this, and
Yeah.
I'm fucking blank.
Yeah.
She shakes her head. Honestly, I can't remember. Did you have a word with that professor?
No, we're not done.
No, you
No,
didn't.
No, we didn't.
No. So
It was
done
one of the
anything
things
on
we
this.
were
That's
thinking of doing.
Yeah.
Kind of,
We haven't
we
actually
were
done
saving
it.
it for next downtime, I think.
yeah, you were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, because I just fucking completely blanked. I think it's Wilkins. There we go.
That's the
Marisha
one.
Wilkins.
Yeah.
She shakes her head. No, there's... it's her word against mine, and there's not much I can do about it right
If we
now.
kill her, she won't have any words.
Please, don't murder.
Sorry, I won't murder her. I just don't have
It'll make Wisdom look really bad if there's a dispute and we do a murder.
Yeah, I didn't actually mean that. I'm just very tired.
but-
Please
It's
continue.
okay. Dad talks about murdering people all the time, and he usually doesn't mean it.
Yeah, it's like that.
Usually, yes.
But yeah, we'll get on that soon.
You have lots to do. Speaking of which, I mean, yeah, they heard from. She looks at Corzin, who's busy, sort of like talking to his dad, and I'll get back to that in a minute. And lowers her voice. I heard from Courage you won, but it didn't go well.
I mean, there was a lot of explosions, and we lost a lot to hold what we have.
Damn. Are you okay?
Yeah, you know me. I'm fine. Yeah.
I mean, okay, if you're sure.
Oh, definitely not. But I'm alive.
Oh.
So.
It's good to see you.
And you. You should meet Victory sometime. Or maybe you shouldn't. Or maybe you should.
Okay. I think maybe when things are a little calmer, that would be nice.
She's got some really good magic stuff, and it might be nice for her to meet some people who are less murder-based.
You always have such interesting friends.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can't remember how much you've told Wisdom about Victory, so beyond the fact that
I think
she
we've
exists.
talked about the bags.
Yeah, we have.
I think I've explained. Yeah, I think there's been a conversation about what's going on there. I think I probably told Wisdom just about everything, to be honest.
Yeah, that's fine.
That feels accurate.
So, in which case, yeah. So, but she would still use the word "you have interesting friends." Respect. Meanwhile,
Good fucking luck.
yeah, Molly's busy talking things down
I've
with
drifted
Lilith.
into courage and
so-
justice.
Corzin goes up and gives you a hug. Oh, I didn't expect to see you. Thought we were going to come back and I see you back at the ship.
Well, I wanted to come and see what you've been up to here. We are going to go back, but there's not actually any great rush now. Did Courage tell you we won the battle?
He did. He said that you and Mum were okay.
Yep.
And that that we'd be coming back and we'd be able to see people.
Yeah, there's still a lot of people unaccounted for as of yet, but
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Corzin gives a little sort of solemn nod.
But what have you been up to here?
Oh, well, I've been looking around around the city for the last couple of days. So Lilith and Chase took me to see the new gardens that they're working on. I got to see Hope's shop.
Oh, what was that like?
Oh, it's it's just full of lots of different things. She's got.
Corzin is going to ask him everything, like every detail. He wants to know it all.
Going into details about about Hope's shop.
The longer he's talking about this, the longer he's not talking about the battle.
Are you putting it off? Is that what's happening?
Well, it's more like I have told him the important stuff. If he asks about it, I'm not going to lie to him, but I'm also genuinely want to. I want to know what he's been up to.
Yeah, honestly, he talks a bit about the places he's been, but it does not take long for him to start talking about the shipyard there and the new boat works that have been going on. Because of course there was a shipyard here. It's where you got the Kraken's Bane from.
Yes,
and they've been in the process.
It's a special interest.
Yeah, bringing it back into place. Apparently, so while that conversation is also going on. Is this yours? Where did you find this adorable?
Actually.
Fenon.
Fenon
is the half.
So close.
Yeah.
They've got really similar names.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say if you say Kenon, there's a important and Courage goes.
No, hang on.
I've been to Kenon.
Hang on. I'm sorry. I've had a few. The other one, Fenon. There we go.
Right.
Nearly the same name, right?
Was named by a halfling from Kenon.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
That's so stupid. Obviously it was. Why have I never thought of that?
Rhyming place names is a whole thing. I'll explain it sometime.
That's ridiculous.
One of these, I heard from someone once that Sul used to be Ernon before back when the halflings.
They just run out of letters.
It's one of those things where, you know how in the old days before everything before it all became one language of Joven. There's like a lot of places that have done at the end of the names.
Yes.
And then in Sul, there's lots of places with like pon in it.
Right.
In the old days, that would mean like castle. Everything with done was like a castle. Everything was pon, had a bridge before it all got made into one language.
I was sort of brought up on the spiders made and own everything, so
That's
I'm a
fair.
bit sheltered in that way.
Well, that apparently that's a lot of halfling places where something no.
Ah, that's fair. But yeah, no, her mum had been eaten by a dinosaur, so she's mine now.
Shit. Well, I suppose you couldn't have ended up in a better place, could you? Oh, no. She rolls over onto her belly. Oh, do you want belly? No cat wants belly charms. They pretend they do.
Yeah. She never wants you to touch her belly. She's a fucking flirt.
It's like
she
a
never
lightning,
actually wants
tiny lightning bolt strikes him in the hands. Ow!
Oh yeah, no, she'll lie there and she'll make it look inviting. She doesn't want it though. Found this out the hard way multiple times.
Would you like some fish? I could get you. I've got some salted cod.
I think you'd love some fish, wouldn't you?
Oh, let me get you some hot salt cod. Come on. Good to see you, says Garage.
Nice to see you too. How are you?
All right. He leans in.
Oh, don't do that.
You been? How are you doing?
I'm fine.
And gives you.
I'm lying.
I mean, yeah, you're a really good liar, but that was terrible.
I can't lie today. It just keeps popping out of me.
Hey. He thinks for a moment. Puts a hand on his shoulder.
I'm very tense, but I don't get him off, you know?
Everything's shit.
Everything is shit. Everything's really shit.
Yeah.
Really, really bad, actually. You're the first person to actually just say that today.
Yeah.
And now I want to cry, so that's a good sign, isn't it?
I'd give you a drink, but I can't have one.
I'm sorry, I stink of booze and you're not
And
drinking,
you've
I
had
feel
enough.
terrible.
So how about the sandwich? Make you a sandwich?
Sure.
Come on. Pass me those pots. I'll cut some bread.
Okay.
I'm turning into my father.
You are at that, actually.
Cutting slices from the loaf. It's a nice sort of it's like one of those black breads, the ones that are really dark and deep. It's like rye in it, and hopefully no ergot, because the last thing you need. Ergot.
Ergot.
Yeah.
Ergot.
Ergot. It's a type of.
Oh, that's the.
It's the stuff that. It's the LSD stuff.
Fingers
It
crossed.
can
Yes.
be really nasty.
Oh yeah.
They used to.
Sure,
Didn't
I'm
they
sure
used to
I
call it
was.
St. Elmo's fire?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it St. Elmo's or St. Anthony's? One of them is when one of those
One of
two
them's lightning on a ship.
is when you get lightning, crossing over the ropes in a ship.
But yeah, basically it was the
current,
phenomenon
which is
of
which.
people tripping out on mouldy rye bread.
Yeah, and the other is getting getting high off
Nearly the
multi
same
bread.
thing.
Yeah.
I mean, one might cause you to hallucinate the other.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true.
This is true. They might
There were lots of
feel
phenomena
the
that
same
might have been
as an
lightning,
experience.
like weird lightning. It might have been bad rye bread.
Or a combination of the
Everyone
two.
said it was like a supernatural thing. It's like, nah,
Yeah.
nah.
That's really fun.
But no, he starts putting together a sandwich for you.
Thank you. I feel like a child.
Yeah. I always felt better when I was a kid with my dad making a sandwich. You don't need to talk about it. I give you permission not to talk about it. If you don't want.
When did you get so good with feelings? When did this happen?
After I had my horn broke off and spent ages drinking.
Right.
Sorry, I have to laugh about it now.
You have
to, don't you?
Here you go, sandwich. Do you want me to cut the crusts off?
Yes.
Okay. That's the crust off.
That's adorable.
Between...
My dad never made me a sandwich.
No, sounds like you had people for that, as it were.
Yeah. Actually, we didn't have sandwiches. It's not really bread.
Oh yeah, you have this weird sort of like milled ant
Seriously,
stuff.
you give this to someone from where I'm from, they fucking freak the fuck out. They get obsessed with it. You should see my brother with sandwiches. It's insane.
Guess you don't really get much rye there.
No, you just eat mushrooms and shit and crickets. It's rubbish. I'm a fucking mess, aren't I?
Who isn't? I mean, him, probably. You look over at Corzin's like, and then there was this big one, and there's...
Can I tell you something? Can you promise not to tell anyone else? Because I feel really guilty about it.
Sure.
I had some opium today.
You got any more?
Yeah.
Do you want me to take it off you?
No, but you probably should.
He looks back at the pantry. There's some sacks of flour in there. If you want, go in there, leave it behind the sacks. I'll go in a minute and put it somewhere you won't know where it is.
Pathetically, I actually think I'm going to have to take it out of my bag, darling.
That's alright. Takes the bag and wanders into a different room. Comes back with it. Gives you the bag, sans laudanum bottom.
Thanks. Thought you'd guess it somehow. I don't really want to tell anyone else. Because I feel awful about it. I didn't think I was going to tell you, it just sort of happened, so... Yeah.
You know, first time I came back here, when I was freshly off the sauce, and I was playing special bodyguard for Corzin the first time around.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I imagine I must have been lonely as fuck.
I had like 7 flasks of whiskey around the house.
Oh wow, really?
And my dad found them all immediately.
And you told him you were off it.
No, but apparently he knew what that meant. And he didn't say anything. He just asked me if I wanted them, if I wanted to get rid of them. And then I couldn't find them afterwards. Didn't say any more on it, but yeah.
You're doing really well. That helps.
It's fucking hard.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's ridiculously hard. And I don't feel like I'm doing well at all.
You don't really.
I've got no self-control. Just want to be numb, you know? It's a nice feeling.
It is at that.
No one else needs something.
Except it's not really, is it? It's just not feeling bad.
Yeah, but when feeling bad is really bad, it probably feels better than that, doesn't it?
I mean, I remember it feeling like that, but now looking at it from this side, no, it wasn't.
Dear.
But what I'd say is, like, I had days like this.
Did you?
He coughs. Yeah, let's just say I didn't get this sober thing right in the first try.
You know, that actually makes me feel better. I'm really sorry that you had days like this, but it
Or
makes
the
me feel
third
less
try.
awful. Really?
Yeah, it's been a bit of an uphill battle, honestly. But what I would say to you is, it helps remembering that you've did it before. A little. Doesn't make it easier, exactly. It just doesn't mean that it's, you know, this is it and it's right back to how it was, and it always will be. There's a part of you that tells yourself that.
Corzin was so mad last time.
Yeah, he loves you though.
Yeah, but he went all captain-y and he, forbade me from ever having opium again in a way that was, I don't know, it's very shipmates, don't do this again or you'll be in trouble. I don't want to tell him.
Then don't. But you can tell me.
Thanks. I wish I had some sort of disgusting buddy system. We check on each other.
Sure. Can always do that.
I assume you still have bad days, even though you seem pretty great right now.
It's been an okay day. That's helped. I've gotten out, went to see the park with Corzin.
It's hard to be
And
sad with him
stuff.
around, isn't it? He's so fucking cute.
It helps, yeah. And it gave me a good excuse to see the family. Hope's doing really well with shopkeeping.
Good.
She's better at it than she was a thief, and she was a pretty good thief.
It's amazing. How are you and your dad? Are you okay? If you don't have to talk about it if you don't want to.
I think okay is the best one.
Okay is good.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can talk to me if you're ever having a bad day as well.
Yeah. I'm not today, but thanks.
It's alright.
Yeah.
You're doing better than I am.
Today.
No, I mean,
3 days ago, I suspect you were doing better than I was. So, you know.
I'm sorry. I actually meant you're off the booze.
Well, 3 days ago I nearly wasn't. So,
Nearly. Well done.
okay.
Proud of you if it helps.
Thanks. I'll be prouder of you if you can finish that sandwich. Go do it something.
She's like been picking it apart with her hands. I'm like, I'm sorry, I should eat this. It's very
You really
lovely
should. It's a
made.
good sandwich.
Thanks. Is it good? Is it very good? Is it a good
It's a
sandwich?
decent sandwich.
That's actually a very good sandwich.
Yeah.
If you gave this again to somebody who'd never been outside the Underdark, say they might pee in excitement.
Thank you.
I'm still actually quite excited about bread, if I'm honest. It's really fucking good. Thank you for putting up with your
pathetic crying friend. At surprise, no notice.
It's alright. And he joins. She continues encouraging you to eat your sandwich. And
She does, but she keeps forgetting about it.
And basically, if there's anything in particular you want to do, I will say that if you stick around long enough, you are able to, like, the Gramanis have room in the house because Destin had a stupid large townhouse, and you are welcome to spend time catching up with people, going out and seeing Kion if you want, or just like taking some time in a nice, relatively intact, it's had quite a few months to start rebuilding city that you also were there for the destruction of. Eventually, probably for them around the late afternoon, you're going to get really tired. Because
Oh, no.
you got like
Bedtime.
8-hour
Different
jet
time
lag.
zones, yeah.
Because it was 9.
It was, yeah.
So around about 5 in the afternoon,
It's like portal
you're
lag.
like, you're getting like 1 a.m. portal lag feelings.
Oh boy.
Anyone else feel like their eyeballs are going to fall out?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, and that's weird when you've got them places other than your head.
Oh, how are your ball eyes? Are they doing okay?
When I get really tired, I get like twitchy on the side
Your
of my
ball
eye.
eyes
Do
twitch?
all your eyes do that?
Do you have eyes on your balls that twitch?
Can't say I've noticed, but thank you for that.
I mean, thank Molly, not me. It's her fault. We know you've got them on your balls.
Just imagining, like, you know how like Greek ships used to have like eyes painted on the sides
Yeah.
of the prow.
Or like Venetian trading vessels
Yeah.
used to as well.
I'm thinking about other things whenever we talk about balls having eyes. Because that would get very interesting during certain
So, you can't see this, but
laughing 'cause I'm doing emotion.
Ellie is doing a hand, sort of back and forth,
swinging.
hand motion.
Like, it'd be very upsetting if you could see through them, you know? Anyway.
No, I'm just gonna let that hang. I just.
Hey.
Let it hang out, yeah.
Is there anything in particular you do before pretty much hitting the spare bed?
If there is anything that Corzin desperately wants to show me, I will absolutely go and do that. But otherwise, just
So many
happy to.
ships.
Yeah.
You get through a bit of the like sort of Tiefling District Market Street and some of the ships in the port before you are like so obviously flagging that even little Corzin notices, and after a whispered word from his mother, sort of suggests, maybe we should go back. You know, little Corzin, I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, I think maybe it's afternoon nap time.
And you...
Of course, he's like wide awake, isn't
Yeah, he's wide awake. It's late afternoon for him.
he? Yeah.
Oh, little Corzin's going to crash so hard when the jet lag hits the other way.
Oh, yeah.
But you all head back and, I believe prepared to do some dreams.
Yeah, I mean, Scamp has a dream. I have a dream.
Celestia.
I'd like to ask Celestia when Corzin's not around.
Oh, okay,
Sorry,
cool.
Sam.
Well, there'll be plenty of opportunity.
There's a lot of time when Corzin
Yeah, I just feel like Corzin might try and talk me out of it. So.
I think Celestia's day is mostly going to be being weird with Courage, like just vaguely spending time with Courage and like getting him to keep her occupied a little bit. Yeah, so wherever, yeah.
Celestia.
Yes, darling.
Could you I mean, if you're not too tired, could you do a dream? Like, put me in a dream, not dream. You don't have to go anywhere.
Yes? Who do you want to dream to?
Black Tusk? Is that weird? That's weird, but...
What is wrong with you? Why do you want to dream to Black Tusk? It seems like a fucking terrible idea.
I mean, do you remember that time you swapped with him?
Yes, intimately.
Yeah. Well, we had a bit of a chat. It was weird, but we had a bit of a chat, and but obviously it wasn't real. In this, like, for him, it's never happened.
Yeah.
I feel like I need to talk to him.
Do you think he'll want to talk to you?
Oh no, definitely not. But, like, if he really doesn't, I'll just go away.
Would it help?
Maybe?
It
Might make everything worse.
I mean, you're not just
Which is
hitting
why
the
I'm not-
scab here, are you, darling?
I feel like I just need... And he said a few things I've been worrying about. Or thinking about. Worrying about? Maybe worrying. I just, I feel like weirdly unbalanced because he didn't have that conversation.
Okay. Promise me you'll keep yourself safe?
As a dream, can't do anything.
I mean, if you leave quickly, it'll hurt you a bit, but...
Yeah, but I mean, I got.
You can also deliberately
so many things
destabilize.
yesterday.
You can also deliberately destabilize the dream if you want to inflict damage on him.
Yeah. Just be careful. I don't think it's my decision, but be careful.
Thanks.
It's alright. Okay, we want to chat about it. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's just it's been on my mind. I thought I should.
Alright. Of course I can do a dream.
Thanks.
You tuck Scamp up in bed.
You ready?
Yeah, yeah. Well,
Are you sure?
yeah.
That didn't sound very...
I mean, no, but you should do it anyway.
Alright. Oh, hang on. Is there any fucking sand around here? Give me a minute. Scoop some like dirt up from the corner of the room. No brandy. Throw it together. Can you do a dream, please?
Okay.
We might do a couple tonight, is that alright?
Ooh, okay. One moment. The rainbow seems to, like, split into two rainbows.
Ooh!
And half the rainbow goes into the
Like
dirt.
half your brain in there. How does it work?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, go help Scamp.
And you blow the rainbow grit into Scamp's eyes,
Have
like...
fun.
"Whoa."
Think about Black Tusk.
And then just, like, Scamp, as your head hits the pillow, and... You open your eyes to... Yeah. You open your eyes to the sound and feel of rain.
Oh.
Just pelting your face. Like a cool rain directly from above. There is greyish cloud above you. You sit up. You appear to be in some sort of city, maybe? Kind of hard to tell. Most of the figures walking around are shadowy types. They're insubstantial fellow dreamers who aren't here in the same way you are. These buildings go up and up and up, so high, almost like the city that Celestia once described from the future when she first witnessed the end of the world. almost everything's desaturated. Greys and pale blues. Although bizarrely, at the top of these tall buildings, you see flashes of yellow, like bright yellow. And you focus for a moment, and you realise they're like, yeah, those are like bright yellow oilskin boots. And you follow them up, and you can see there is a huge cloud
Drizzle!
looking down at you with a vaguely sort of, with an expression that can best be described as,
Brilliant.
like it has like cloudy sort of like clouds whirled into eyes, a little cloudy walls to make a face. There's just like kind of like fat cheeks.
If you want to look at what drizzle looks like, look at Ellie's Instagram.
Look at Ellie's Instagram anyway. It's
Yeah,
excellent.
do that.
Doing really badly at Instagram, so if like all of you could follow me,
The
that'd
art
actually
is
be really good.
lovely.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And just this just a huge cloud-sized cloud with a face just looking down at you and just raining on you.
Slowly lift a hand and very slowly wave. Hello.
Just stares.
Okay.
But you feel like it blinks, which is a weird thing for a cloud to do, but you feel like that's an acknowledgement, maybe?
I'm gonna go now.
You stand up and look at your hand. There's a little rainbow trail leading off your fingers down the street. You start making your way through the street. Cloud's face follows, like it looks after you. As you see yourself getting to the edge of the rain, and you hear a sound as one of the big boots lifts up, steps on another of the tall buildings, and the rain moves forward a bit.
Oh, are you coming too?
Yep, just wherever you go, this cloud.
Okay.
It's like your little familiar.
Just except
your
it's
boots.
clouds. It's cumulonimbus sized, just following after you. And it seems to stop when you say that you like the boots. Looks at them. Looks back. Blinks. Carries on following you.
I have some boots just like that.
Well, I'm
But
so
Scamp
happy you
doesn't.
put Drizzle in TNT. Drizzle's a little character I draw, but I love them.
I love Drizzle so much.
Yeah, they are
I'm
adorable.
obsessed with them.
You find yourself traveling. This strange city is almost a maze of different streets, and it would be easy to get lost in them until eventually, but the rainbow flicker guides you until you make your way to an old weathered sort of door. And opening it, you find yourself emerging from a shack in a similarly overcast-ish looking area with beach and just sets of run-down old fishing shacks and piers and the like. It
I'll
vaguely
wave goodbye
remi-
to the cloud before I go through the door.
Yeah, you peel through. The cloud's cheeks puff up a little bit.
Sorry. I'll come back another time.
Just like blows wind at you. The door slams behind you. You don't know if that was a goodbye or if it was annoyed or what. It's kind of inscrutable. There's something. It vaguely reminds you of the washed out jetties from Slavitska's Isle, and just has a general feeling of overcast decay. But as you follow it, you find yourself leading towards one of the little shadowy figures sat on one of the piers, and as you get closer you see a little soap bubble-like sphere around them. As you pass into the sphere, and reality seems to ripple around. The plank in this place, the scene is a little different. It's a different layout of a coastal village, small town, kind of hard to tell. It is still overcast, but there are ships in the distance. This seems to be like a small, slightly rotten pier on the edge of everything else, with busier piers with shipping, with little smaller sailing ships, what look like fishing trawlers, on the in the natural harbour, and there is a youngish, maybe early teens orc boy there, with shorts and a pole, fishing pole, and a furrowed brow, thick head of black hair, and you can see an ineffectively plucked gap between his thick black brows.
Embrace your monobrow.
Looks back, a little surprised.
Hello.
Yeah? Hello? No?
Are you Black Tusk?
I mean, Mr. Black Tusk is my father, but... wait a minute. He frowns for a moment, blinks, and when he opens his eyes, there's a fully grown, much older orc there, sat in the same place, still holding the fishing rod, but this time in a Commodore's uniform, looking a little tired, this time with the solid monobrow, solid unibrow that you've come to expect. He pinches his brow. Is it? No. This is a dream. Puts the
yes.
pole down.
But sorry, I'm intruding on something of yours, but I kind of wanted to talk.
You... I feel like I know you. That... pink skin tiefling.
Yeah.
Ah. The frown doesn't move. It just changes a little.
Hi.
So... I congratulate you on your victory.
Don't do that.
You have bested me on this day.
No, don't do that either.
I don't really know what to say. It's not the usual way of things.
Oh no, yeah, this is. I feel like I'm crossing a boundary here. So I'm sorry that this is a bit.
He looks back.
This is your place. I shouldn't be here, but.
Darsby. It's a fishing village on the coast of Altmark.
Oh. It's nice.
Oh, it's dour. There's a name.
Yeah, no, it's a bit grey. It is a bit,
if
but I didn't
you
want
could
it.
like, yeah, some would call it grim, but I'd say it's dour.
so proud of you.
Yeah, so proud of you, Jason.
Mostly it's known for fishing, but there's a lot of fishing in Osseria. We're an island, it's sort of the same.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Haven't been actually back here in some time. I ended up moving to the duchy capital, the port. Then eventually. But you know, actually, my uncle was the first one to get into the navy. He was just a fisherman, same as most of the family, but he actually managed to. He was brought in as a enlisted crew. Then there was a big press for a war with Sul, and actually managed to work his way up to a commissioned officer before retiring.
Well,
had enough weight to sponsor me for training.
wow.
Sort of the... I don't know if you're familiar with the concept of patronage.
A bit.
Yeah. Well, in Osseria, it's... You know the phrase about not what you know, but who you know?
Yeah.
Well, if you want to get beyond... if you want to get anywhere, really, in the Navy, yeah, that very much applies.
Well, that's stupid.
I hear there's a general over in Sul who's really keen on promoting people up from the bottom.
Yeah, they're doing things a lot better over there now.
I wonder how much certain people would believe that, but I doubt we're here to talk politics.
No, not really.
I just...
Because we haven't
perhaps fish
talked,
things have been different.
have we?
No, I believe we've always seen each other from the other side well, to my knowledge, the first time we met, you pulled 3 of my ships into the sky and then sank them.
No, that wasn't the first time. You killed my friend. Not directly you. I mean, it was a ship. It was a fight. We went down. You probably wouldn't really remember it, but...
I confess I've sunk a few ships in my time.
Yeah.
As I'm sure as I know of you.
Yeah.
And I can only give you a soldier's answer to that. That you have my condolences, and I'm sure I have yours.
Yeah, but it's different when you do it, because you're commanding a group of people. It's not all on you, but it is all on you because it was your calls. But you don't do it personally, do you? You do it because it's your job. And how do you not get angry and let that be what makes your decisions, or scared and let that be what makes your decisions? Like,
would you like to know something about getting angry and scared? You never stop. I'm usually... I tell you a secret, because I think maybe you should know this. Because you talk a lot about not doing things personally, and you're right to it in some ways, and in others you get it. There is a responsibility that comes with command, so you should know these things. Before every battle, privilege of rank, so that I get to have a private space for this, I go and I vent my bowels into the chamber pot. Just piss, shit, everything I can. So it doesn't happen in the middle of the fight.
Yeah.
When I was early on in my career, didn't do that. That was a mistake. Everyone does it, and sure, everyone does it, but first of all, it's a pain to clean up.
Yeah.
And secondly, then the shit hits the deck. You don't want to be distracted by your breaches. Because,
True.
oh,
Yeah.
I mean, your body takes care of it for you. If there's anything still waiting to jettison, it will, so you can focus. But you don't stop being scared. That never changes.
But how do you stop it making you lash out? Because it wasn't like a ship what ship broke your ships. It wasn't a group of people what pointed cannons and sunk your ships and let people have a chance to get out. I threw them up in the air like it was a temper tantrum. And I felt awful afterwards. And then I did it again yesterday anyway. Because I was scared.
I once killed a man in a duel. It was stupid. So stupid. They always are. I forget what the argument was about. I think it was something like... It was something about the way I dressed or how I put my uniform together. I don't know. And this junior officer... He challenged me to a duel, and it happens sometimes, and I said, okay. And he said, your weapon of choice. I'll duel you with whatever you want, because you're an offense to Assyria, rapier, or pistol, or even cannon. And I said, wow, this boy is 18. And I said to him, wow, you're skilled, you're fully trained in all three at your age? And he said, no. And I said, well, I'm not going to duel you. Anyway, he absolutely kept insisting, and I lost my temper. And I said, okay, fine, we'll do it with swords. And I disarmed the boy 4 times. And I said, look, you've lost. Just fucking accept it. And the little shit wouldn't. He just said, no, I'm not. This is not ending until one of us is dead. I said, okay, fine. We'll go into a... This is where I lost my temper. I said, okay, fine. We'll go into a carriage. We'll both have knives and one arm... and one thing's arm strapped behind our backs, and we'll settle it that way. First, I learned 2 things that day. First of all, some people are too fucking stupid to live. And second of all, when you act rashly and in anger, and you have power over life and death, someone ends up dead. I carry that poor bastard with me. And you will carry this with you. You're a rebel, presumably you fight for an ideal.
Yeah. But so do you.
Yeah, for Queen and country, but practically that and other things.
Honestly, I don't mind getting in a fight with someone who's fighting for an ideal that goes against mine, and then one of us wins and one of us doesn't. It's all the crowds of people who are there because they need to pay rent or eat or support family. They're not there for any great ideal. They're there because it's a steady job. And I feel like I don't give them a chance. I don't have the my friends are stupidly powerful. Don't think I've got some weird stuff, but it ain't anything particularly special. Corzin, he's got guns and swords, and I've never seen anyone faster with them. But they're targeted, and even when he's being stupid and pig-headed, it doesn't hurt bystanders by accident. And Celestia's this incredible rainbow creature who's just amazing in so many ways and has these incredible powerful spells that can do so much to so many people at once, but also doesn't hurt people they don't want to. But if I actually want to be the most effective I can be, I don't get the option to discriminate, and I hurt a lot of people who didn't need to get hurt. And I can't really tell them that, because then they'll tell me not to do it or that it needed doing, and either one's a bad option. I know you've made difficult decisions, because you shot your own ship to get to us.
He frowns at that.
I know it wasn't necessarily your choice. We've had this conversation because weird magic, and you won't remember it because it wasn't real and you weren't actually there, but you've been in those situations and you still live with it.
I don't know how you know about that, but...
Weird magic, and I was there.
Yes, I remember that. That was... His brow, his face colours. That was one of the bad days. Sometimes you get stupid orders.
I don't tend to listen to those ones. It's the thing, I'm not in a leadership position. I'm not a leader.
Sometimes you can fail. The orders just happen not to reach you in time. But as I said, where I come from, it's all about patronage. And your patron usually has something on you. Shakes his head. You have my sincere apologies. That is not the way I wanted to do things that day.
I know.
At all. However, he rubs his brow again. You were talking about responsibility and wielding terrible power. You are a free enough agent that you can ignore, I hope, stupid orders. And let me be true, honest with you, as much as you can ignore stupid orders or interpret them. Sometimes you do have to kill, and sometimes you can save as many people as you can. I've always tried to mishear an order that didn't target enemy combatants. And if you can, you fire warning shots, especially if there's enough, if you have enough of an advantage that they believe believe surrender is a credible option. You have great power. You are, I presume, and it sounds like your friend as well is a sorcerer, or of similar power. Perhaps something like an archbishop in power, maybe? But
I mean, if I tell Celestia you compare them to an archbishop, they will hunt you down, but yeah, similar levels. Same but different.
Yes, the clerics I spoke to mentioned seeing some sort of powerful spiritual entity. Apparently very multicolored, whatever that means. But everything I've read about sorcerers, and I've read a lot recently, tells me that what you get is power. And that's it. How you imagine you as the first Sea Lord, or I suppose in your case that you have a astonishingly powerful, I don't know, pick a tool of your choice, really. I don't know what you did growing up. But maybe, let's say, like a machete or something. You can hack with it, you can use it to cut away, you can use it to cut crops, whatever. I could, if I was the first Sea Lord, I could use it to conquer a nation, or to protect our trade, or to open up new ports, or just to keep us all safe. Any number of things. The tool you have has certain expressions. It is up to the wielder how you use it. I think that you saw... You have the power to do what you did to my ships and my ship. And I thank you for showing the mercy to let us disembark on the second try. I thank you for the mercy that you showed on the second time, though. There were 870 people on that ship, on the Integrity, and by and large we were able to get to the lifeboats.
You dispelled my spell. I honestly can't say that I wouldn't have held it till the ship fell apart, if that's what it needed to be done, and I hope that I'd have stopped in time for you to get to the lifeboats, but I'm not sure. I want to think I would have.
Some people, I will say this then, learn the power of credible threats. You could lift and drop anything that is the size of a ship, and it would make your point. Don't get me wrong. Some people, like that idiot lieutenant, are too stupid to live. And those people you have to kill. But most people, when it's obvious they're outclassed, most sane people will surrender. Or run. Just make sure that you don't get their backs completely to the wall.
Give them a way out. I just worry the power's getting too big for one person. And I know the history. Sorcery doesn't end well, and I can't help feeling that's because we were all scared kids with too much power. And I probably shouldn't be telling you that because you're technically the enemy, and I do still have a bit of a grudge. But I don't think a grudge is healthy.
It's hard to get rid of something.
Yeah.
You just have to teach yourself discipline.
I'm not good at discipline.
Clearly. Perhaps that is what you should be learning then. Restraint. I say this out of my own self-interest. I'm sure we will cut. This war is not over, but you have certainly won for now. And I have no doubt we will clash again, and it is in my interests very much to allow my men a chance of surrender if they are outclassed. But I think it is your interest as well. Gather a reputation for being powerful, dangerous, and reliably merciful. Because a loose cannon, your only option is to fix it in place or get it off the ship.
Yeah. I've dropped a lot of buildings on people recently. I don't know that that's helping.
He frowns. I think we're starting to reach the edge of where your experience and mine overlaps.
Yeah, no, that's not a thing you have a problem with, really.
I mean, I have definitely, I've dropped buildings in the sense of coastal barrages, but it's not quite...
This war here really isn't gonna... this war here needs to stop. And I know that's not in your power, but it's getting harder to not be angry at things, and sometimes it just feels like I could crack the earth open if I lost control, and I don't really want to do that.
Then learn control.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's okay.
I'm sorry I broke all your boats. More sorry that there were people in them. The boats are not that bothered about. They're nice boats. It was a pretty ship.
Oh, it was beautiful.
We couldn't fix it. We tried. I was a whale.
No offense, but I'm quite glad about what?
Doesn't matter.
For what it is worth, I'm sorry too. I'm especially sorry with how things went that day. But we have both lost. I can only say that I hope this war is conducted in a manner that will lead to the least loss of life possible.
I worry I've set a bad precedent there. Because that spell that I can do, It's only a matter of time till someone else figures it out, and that's a problem. Because its first use has been pretty grim and not merciful.
That is the way of weapons.
I don't
Do you
want
know?
to be a weapon, but it feels like that's where I'm going.
Your magic is a tool. Don't be a tool yourself.
You're a tool. Sorry.
You have a sense of humor. I hadn't expected that. I also hadn't expected how young you were. From a distance, you looked older. And also your eyes were glowing and you were flying.
I mean, that was a complicated day, that first one with the 2 boats. I had to sleep for like a week. And there was a whole... it was messy. I'm thinking
Again,
of
for the sake
starting
of
a
my
cult.
other...
But that's a whole different thing.
I'm going to... No.
Don't think that's a good idea.
You know what I said about restraint and about...
Yeah, a cult's not a good... But it would... Yeah. No, it's a bad idea.
He's utterly lost for words.
Someone told me I could, and that, you know.
I mean, I've no doubt you could. Is that the world you want to live in?
If it would make people, or encourage people to do better. But then again, I guess quite a lot of religions are based on...
You can see his,
nice
one
to each
half
other,
of his
and in practice,
monobrow
that
is just
really
rising.
There's a lot of religions that's all like, oh yes, be nice to each other, but in practice, all they're doing is being mean to people. So maybe it'd just be another thing that I couldn't control properly. And you shouldn't control people anyway. It's a mess. Maybe you're right, and a cult's a bad idea.
I'm glad I've convinced you against the cultism. Regardless, I feel that we have addressed your main concerns here.
I just wanted to say I'm sorry.
And you have. And
I tried, like, when I dropped the boat, but I don't think I aimed the spell right, and you're probably not in the right place anyway.
then, if it is all right with you, I think it is time I return to my sleep.
You go.
Wait,
do
are
your
you
fishing.
responsible for Colonel Tompkins' nightmares? Because
No.
he has been saying that doll has been turning up in his dreams.
That doll is awful, and
Yeah, so you were responsible for putting it there. We thought you were, but
indirectly, I didn't do it. A different cult did it. There was some imp things, and yeah.
Put it in his dreams either. That didn't
To be
happen.
fair, right. Yeah, we didn't direct.
We've not
we
gone
just
near
left
his dreams.
Like,
We
this
just put
thing
it in the keep.
We just left it nearby. If it's in his dreams, well. Oh,
I was going
no,
to double check when we actually do take control of that fort where the doll ended up.
I think that doll's gone forever.
Possibly, but I mean, I want to make sure.
okay.
I'll let you go back to your fishing. It looked peaceful. Sorry for coming into such
Oh,
a personal place.
well, dreams are dreams. He gives
I
you
get
a
some
salute.
super weird ones.
What is your name?
Wow. Scamp friend.
I only know you as the sorcerer. Nelson.
Scamp. Yeah, friend.
He salutes. Scamp friend. Good night. Sweet dreams.
Unlikely, but thanks. You too.
Restraints.
Yeah, and yeah, same to you. Don't listen to stupid orders. Or maybe less restraint. Don't listen to stupid orders.
As much as I can. Good night. Which is your cue to go, if you please?
Yeah, no, I'm going. It takes like a minute. But I'm gonna walk away and do this. I gotta focus
Actually,
on leaving.
as soon as you walk
It's a whole
beyond where
thing.
you, as soon as you walk beyond where you remember the edge of the bubble being, the bubble comes back into existence, and you see you see Commodore Blacktusk's form become hazy and insubstantial, and you realise you have left the dream. You then spend the next minute, your form slowly discorporating until you pass into natural sleep.
Oh, it's been so awkward. Oh dear. I'm just gonna stand here. Ugh. And the dream's right there. I won't look. Leave him to it.
You just pass into actual unconsciousness.
I thought you were just burbling while you let go.
The whole time.
Your body's just dissolving like Epsom salts. You know, it's like an Alka-Seltzer, or an old aspirin or something. Which I think is just a brand name for aspirin. Anyway. Meanwhile...
Well, okay, so what I think actually happens here is that Celestia, while Scamp is in the beginnings of Black Tusk Stream, so we can imagine a meanwhile,
Yeah.
is
Rainbow
trying-
Spirit split into.
is trying to write ascending down in the notebook.
Yeah.
And there's just lots of crossed out sendings. And I'm like, oh, fuck it. And she just gets the Rainbow Spirit. Do you mind doing another dream, darling?
Sure.
Sending's not. I can't.
Okay.
So yeah, I get some more sand. I guess I throw it up in the air and collapse onto the bed. Whoops.
You hit the
Bad
bed
for that.
and you feel the back of your head go ow on something and wake up in a sunlit forest.
Forest.
It's surprisingly chipper and peaceful compared to
trust
previous
it.
forests. But given your past experience, yes, this perhaps makes sense.
Just on edge.
In the ground, there's cheerful, very brightly coloured woodland creatures around.
What are you looking at?
Little blue tip.
Fuck off.
It raises, it sort of rustles its feathers at you in what you are sure is the avian equivalent of a raised middle finger and flies away.
Yeah, that's it. Piss off. Thank you.
Little squirrel.
Hey, you too. Get it. Go away.
Turns around, raises
Like
its
the
tails at
opposite
you.
of Snow White.
You very
Adorable
quickly,
woodland creatures go up to you and tell them to fuck off.
yeah, you very quickly see the adorable technicolor dream creatures just start giving you a wide berth.
Forest, I don't trust any of you.
I mean, colour scheme, you're kind of the inverse of Snow White.
You look at your fingers and you see the little flicker of rainbow.
Right, let's go then.
And yeah, you find yourself trudging through this aggressively cheerful forest. You look up, it's not a sun, because you've seen the sun.
Yeah.
And the sun is definitely not a huge yellow disc with a baby-like face in it.
Oh, God.
Oh, fuck me, I knew I was right not to trust this.
You can see in the distance there's a weird patchwork quilt almost of green rolling fields, rolling shallow hills, and
Too perfectly curved to be actual.
Too perfectly
hills.
curved to the actual hills, and you swear there's some sort of ritual going on where 4 different brightly coloured figures with strange protrusions from their heads are standing in a circle.
I think we should insist on doing the rest of this campaign in the Dreamfold, just so that we let Jason's brain go where it's going.
Like you kind of the rainbow flicker isn't leading that way. It's leading. You're like skirting the edge of this forest, but you do see from distance they all just seem to be standing. There's like. Is there 4 of them? Yeah, there's 4 of them.
There's 4.
Yeah.
There's 4.
Yeah,
there's
one
4.
red one orange one blue
gay one.
Only one?
purple.
Yeah, I mean, there's
Alright.
surely all of them are gay. Like,
Yeah.
come on.
But one of them does have a very fetching handbag.
Just one of them is gayer than the others.
Yeah,
we can acknowledge that.
And they all seem to have like strange flashing images on their bellies. You don't know what they're doing, but the benevolent sun baby is gurgling up above, and it's the first time you've seen like a sun-like thing in the Dreamfold, and it's probably the fact that it's so obviously not a real sun that it can even be here.
You know, I think I'm gonna leave whatever the fuck that is well alone. I hope they have a lovely life together. Right, let's. Should we leave?
the flicker on your finger sort of seems to quiver in agreement. It leads you.
Yeah,
onwards.
let's go.
You skirt onwards around the edge of this forest and deeper into it until you find a small door set into a tree, in front of which there is a little pale figure. It's got short, stubby white legs and a little broad red mushroom cap on its
Fat
head.
belly, a little
Yeah,
happy
little fat
face.
belly, a little happy face, little white spots in its
If you
head.
want to know what little mushroom friend actually looks like, follow Ellie on Instagram.
Yeah.
They're
It's
probably
like,
there by now. They're very cute.
like what? Like a hand tall?
Yeah, but the distance between a thumb and a forefinger tall.
Yeah.
Very, very little.
Yeah.
Unlike Drizzle, who is enormous for
Yeah.
no reason.
Just sat in front of this already kind of pretty small door, like it'll be a squeeze for you to fit through.
Oh my god,
Just
hello.
having a sit. Looks up, gives you a little wave.
Hello. You're the cutest thing I've ever seen.
Keeps waving.
I wave back.
It nods. Sits back against the door.
Can I go through the door, please?
Blinks a little. Stands up. Nods.
Oh, thank you. That's very polite.
So gives you a little bow.
I bow back.
Walks over. Opens the door. There's strange high-pitched sounds. And you see beyond there is some sort of like racing track with people on the backs of what look like giant birds with really long legs and brightly coloured feathers just racing by at stupendous speed.
I turn to little mushroom
Shadowy
friend.
figures watching
That
from
looks like a lot of work, doesn't it?
looks at the racing track, nods.
Well, nice to meet you. I'm gonna go now. But thank
Holds
you.
open the door for you to tightly squeeze your way.
Which I assume I can because Dreamfold logic.
Yeah, Dreamfold logic.
Yeah.
It's still a weird little squeeze though.
Yeah.
And you emerge out from underneath what looks like a concession stand, where a sort of cross between a rhinoceros and a patchwork teddy bear is just slathering some what looks like nut butter on just like slabs of just like fried like thick swatches of bacon, putting them in buns and sort of handing them out.
Can I have a bacon bun?
You're right.
Thank you.
Passes you. Slathers one. There's hold up.
What?
I need a laugh.
I laugh.
Yep. Gotta pay a few bucks.
Oh, I really don't know if I'm funny today.
Yeah.
Oh, I can do you a laugh. Hang on. Get out the handful of finger puppets.
Yeah.
I cast Tasha's hideous laughter.
He starts going, and then reaches out in front of him and grabs something.
It's a really big laugh.
Oh yeah, you just see like something quivering, like kind of hard to make out in the air in front of him, held in his fist. Opens a jar, puts it into it. Thanks for the laugh. Easy buttered, mate.
Thank you. Both of them are completely deadpan on this whole exchange. I'm never swapping that spell out for something more useful at a higher level.
It's so good. Never
Never
change that.
swapping it. No, it's always staying with me, even though it's basically useless most of the time.
It's actually pretty nice dreamfoldy food. It's buttery. It is buttery, nutty, and strangely spicy. It's like not a combination you would have. It's sort of like almost like a slathered on one side satay.
That sounds quite good, actually.
You see the little mushroom friend is pointing up as well, and sort of produces from somewhere. You have no idea.
Little mushroom friend definitely produces things from nowhere.
Just like a small handful of little bright blue mushrooms, and exchanges them for one of the buttered bits of meat. Which
Hang
is
on,
like
I thought
the
that was
size
cute,
it is.
and then I realised that is like us paying in tiny frozen people.
You think about this. As you're noticing this, and the mushroom friend sort of walks after you, just holding in both hands this meat, like almost as large as it is.
Are they coming with me?
Oh yeah,
That's
they've
fun.
come through. They're following after you. You see like a gnome shuffle up to the stand as well, like dressed up and just like a motley collection, and you're like, can I have 3 buttered meats, please? And produces a bag of what seem to indeed be very tiny people, and start just very tiny sleeping people, and starts paying with them.
Yeah, I'm good without going down that train of thought any further. Right, let's carry on. Are you coming, are you?
The mushroom friend sort of... You look down. You didn't see it take a bite out of the thing, but a bite has been taken.
Is it an inappropriately large bite?
Inappropriately large bite.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Celestia Stardust, by the way. Nice to meet you.
Waves again.
Wave. Right, come on then.
You venture onwards until you find it's leading you to a seat with a shadowy figure in it and a little bubble around. And as you settle in to the bubble, you see that the scene materializes around you, shifting from this quite bizarre racing track into, again, what is still a little bit of a bizarre racing track for you. A racing track amidst a sunny, bright city with, interestingly, mirrored rooftops all around. Brightly shining mirrored rooftops, which is honestly a little blinding. And a series of horses.
The sunglasses come
racing.
down.
Yeah,
she hadn't
racing
brought them to
horses.
the Dreamfold, but they're there now.
Down below. And sat in the sat and eating from a small, basically a little box of just hot sausages with a stick. You see, look up, is Leo. Oh. Celestia.
Hello. Do you mind me being here, or is this anywhere weird that I shouldn't be?
I
hadn't actually thought to ask before I came here. It was just sort of an impulse thing.
No, it's actually okay. I was just dreaming about the races back home.
Yeah, it looks fancy.
Apparently, this place actually dates back to the days of the Empire. They're really big on racing.
Huh.
on horse races.
Oh. Saw some bird races a minute ago.
Oh. How would that even...
Like big birds.
She looks down at something by your actually in between the pair of you. You see the little mushroom friend who's joined you.
This is my new friend. They're here now. Yep.
Seems to be pointing at the bag of sausages. Leah gingerly picks a sausage out, gives it to the mushroom friend, who puts it onto the butter on top of the meat.
Yep.
Gives a little wave.
This is Leah, by the way.
Hi, I'm Leah. She looks up. Looks back. You look back down. Big bite of the sausage now.
Yeah, they don't really seem to speak, so they're just my new little mushroom friend. Yep.
I didn't realise you could bring people with you on these.
I mean, they were already here. Not here, but in the Dreamfold here.
No, I didn't realise that was the thing.
Me neither, actually. You're not going to do anything weird, are you?
The mushroom friend's like halfway through its weird buttered meat thing now. Seems to be just enjoying the show.
Having a sit.
Yep, having a sip.
I mean, it seems harmless enough.
Well, quite.
Hello.
Hello.
Sorry for turning up. I didn't know how much news you'd had about the battle, and I tried to send...
got some sendings.
Right.
The upshot of...
Sorry about
got
your
the upshot of
troops.
it. Whew. Yes. The Colonel got back to me. Apparently we're more fled and injured than dead, but still casualties, and it's going to take some time to rebuild things there, but she shakes her head a little.
Felt weird not to tell you in person if you hadn't heard, and just at least say something if you had. And
Thank you.
Hesperia was okay, luckily.
I heard. I'm sorry about your ship.
It's okay. It grows back.
And I'm sorry about Alton. They haven't found him yet, have they?
No, they haven't. It's getting a bit scary now, to be honest. Thought it was immortal, but maybe not.
I suppose halfling luck has to run out eventually. But, well, anyway, let's not talk about that. I'm glad you're alive.
Thanks. Glad you're not massively angry that we tanked your troops.
It's not... Obviously, it's not ideal, but...
They seriously could have made the difference, actually.
From what the Colonel told me, it sounds like it was very close.
I think if we'd had two less groups, I'm not sure what would have happened, to be honest. There were two crime gangs left entirely intact at the end, and that was about it.
Then I take comfort that the line we've been delivering, that their sacrifice was not in vain, is true.
I hope so. Clara got injured.
She frowns.
She's going to be okay, but it was bad.
Ah, thank the Regent.
Scary night. I really shouldn't have turned up in your dream. That's probably weird.
I'm glad to see you.
Good.
Really, I am. Hearing you're alive in a very curt sending is not the same as seeing you.
Okay. I'm glad it's not intrusive.
I imagine you're pretty tapped, or you probably would have sent ahead. Although, mind you, I'm asleep, so you would have had to have done that much earlier. And
Yeah, today's been weird, and last night was mostly pumping healing magic into people who were dying.
she nods with the grim acknowledgement of someone who has served as a surgeon's assistant.
So I really had nothing. And then today was less busy technically, but weird, and sending was hard, and it's not really been time, so I just waited until night. But I didn't want to just send to you, and I didn't want to say nothing either. So, and also I maybe wanted a friend who wasn't there.
Hey, I'm here.
How are things with you? And Michael? How's it all going?
Oh, she.
If you don't mind me asking, if you don't want to talk about that, that's okay. No rush.
No,
Or pressure or anything.
no.
Asking as a friend.
We should talk about these things. We're. I feel bad saying it, but we're good.
You don't have to feel bad. I'm happy for you.
She seems to search your face for a moment, and then nods.
I went on a date. Actually.
Oh. Who is she?
Her name's Saran. She's...
Sounds Haldanic.
Yeah, she is. She was travelling around with Clara. She's ridiculous as a person. Very cutting, but also kind under it all. Brought up creepily aristocratic. Well, no, actually, came from nothing and then went to the sort of courtly world, so we have stuff to talk about. And yeah, she's funny and sweet.
I
like her.
good. Oh.
I thought I should tell you if you're feeling bad telling me about Michael.
No,
It's not
no,
weird.
I'm.
I'm trying.
Oh, this is embarrassing.
Are you jealous? Are you jealous, Leodon?
You see her cheeks just flush.
You have a husband. You're not allowed to be jealous anymore. I'm totally joking. It's probably normal.
Seriously, I'm glad.
Thanks.
She's pretty then?
What was that?
She's pretty then?
Yes, she's absurdly hot. Actually, it's ridiculous. It's like...
Looks nothing like me, I'm assuming.
No, she's a Haldanic human.
Yeah, I just,
I should just get another version of you.
You hear stories.
You do, to be fair.
I
mean, Michael looks a bit like me, just say.
It's the hair.
It is, and the face, and all the other things.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm glad it's working.
Thank you. He's a good chap.
Seemed it. I liked him.
We've been working on our own side of things. Probably gathering things up. Will probably be another... Well, we were expecting it would be another month before we made our move, but it seems like a lot. It seems like the garrison that they put in Thunder's Watch has started making moves. to pull back to rendezvous with incoming troop transports. I think they might. I think we. Since they know that we're fighting an active resistance there, they might be wanting to pool their resources now that they don't have the immediate navy to support them that they were planning on. So
you might be going to Thunder's Watch?
Oh, I mean, I'm sort of already just outside it.
Oh yeah, you're not that far away, are you?
But
So I'm getting my places mixed up with where
no,
everybody is.
but it means that with the Redcoats routed at Newmark, they're probably going to pull the occupying force they put to keep things stable out and return to the colonies they feel are more securely loyalist. Regroup, which is good news for us. It's going to be a long one, but good news for you. We're not only going to need you to come and intervene in a fight here in the near future.
One less fight is good news. Yeah.
And it buys us time. Oh, and Benny asked me to pass on hellos next time I had an opportunity in ascending. We haven't really, so she says hello.
Thanks. Sorry, I should send more.
Tense situations.
Yeah, and if I'm being really honest, I think I found it hard to send to you when I just started seeing someone. That felt a bit weird.
That would have been a bit weird.
Yeah, it felt like maybe like a bad brain thing to do, and also I wasn't sure I was ready to just come out with it immediately when I saw you. To be honest, I didn't know if I was going to tell you today, but it felt all right, so I have.
I'll be honest, I preferred getting the full experience to having my sending mage.
I wouldn't have done it through ascending. Come on, darling. Fucking it. I'm not completely awful. Shit. I didn't think you'd mind or anything, but I knew it'd be weird.
She nods, but
also,
smiles.
I helped sew her up last night. It was awful. I've been on one date and she's unconscious with blood spurting everywhere. It's ridiculous.
She offers a hand to hold yours if you want it.
I put it on my shoulder
She-
because that feels like
yeah.
a friendship thing.
She squeezes your shoulder. I'm sorry.
Me too, honestly. She was alright today. I've seen her since visited. And we're going to do this as a date soon while she's injured. Because then she gets to be not injured for a bit. So, yeah.
Never took me on a magical dream day.
I could do it when I was with you. Wasn't enough hope in me to come here. That's... Oh, shit. That's not a reflection on you.
It's okay.
You know I couldn't heal down below.
I know.
That came when
I know.
when I left. As did a lot of the more fun stuff.
Corzin and Scamp have been a good influence on you.
Yeah. My magic was just mean before. I don't think this would have worked if I'd stayed there.
You're right, this is more hopeful than down below.
Yeah, my magic was small and mean.
There's a sort of crinkling sound. You look down, see your little mushroom friend is like pulling on the paper bag.
Do you want some more?
She takes one of the cocktail sticks, spears 3 and passes it to them.
Enjoy.
A little wave. They're no bigger. She takes her second stick, breaks it in 2, spears 1, spears the other. Spears one of the 2 remaining sausages in the bag, passes you 1.
Thanks.
Nibbles on it.
Ron passing me food today.
Must look very bad.
It's lamb with rosemary and sage.
Yum.
Yeah.
But no, yeah, that sucked. But, you know, she's still alive, so I guess it's fine.
Take our victories where we can get them.
She's an actor and an opera singer.
An actor?
Yeah.
Watch the silverware.
Fuck me, you're a snob. I forget that you're posh sometimes.
Can't trust actors, they're all thieves and reprobates.
Yeah, the Shanty Men is what you want to watch then.
Anyone who can change their voice is a rogue and an untrustworthy sort.
Fucking bastards, yeah. I'm going to say Celestia says fucking bastards in like another voice using minor illusion. Not trust any of them. Because Celestia, as we have established, cannot do accents.
Yes.
I think it's funny when people are so posh that they can't do another accent. so she can't do any of the ones. But yeah, I'm glad it's going well for you. This feels weirdly okay, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
There's
There's a slight edge of the old sads, but
I wasn't sure if it
nothing
would
awful.
be, but you know, I'm just glad to see you.
Me too. I'm glad we can do this. I didn't for a bit, because again, I just started seeing someone. It felt strange.
Oh,
But
Phil, I mean, sort of would feel like seeing your ex behind their back.
I haven't told her actually, so I suppose I am. Is that bad?
Let's not think about that.
Okay.
No.
I did just sort of do this on an impulse because I didn't want to send, so yeah.
Oh, so you're drunk dreaming me.
Yeah.
No. Yes. Yes. Yes, I am.
Well,
Sorry.
I wasn't even being particularly judgy about it. But she shrugs. No harm is meant. I can tell.
Thanks. Sorry, I'm a bit of a mess.
Hey, if you want to spend some time just watching the races with me, that's okay.
Yeah, that might be nice actually. Do something else for a bit. I'm a bit worried about what dreams I'll have in real ones.
Do you
Everything's
get
probably going to be on fire. What were you going to ask?
Do you get real sleep if you stay in these?
No, I don't think so. No, I don't.
Maybe just an hour then.
Yeah. I don't know if I'll sleep anyway. I've always been shit and it's got worse lately. Sabrina.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's alright. And whenever more fire happens, it just adds up and it's all the dreams are just you know, fire and stuff. So yeah, this is nicer.
Well, she points out at the horses. You'll notice how they've all got different coloured saddles.
Yes.
So, but they're all shades of blue, green, and white. Now, back in the old days, used to be chariots.
What?
They'd have two horses, and they'd be pulling usually a pair of riders, and they'd be racing in teams.
That sounds really fun.
It was, apart from the riots. See,
What?
people really got into their chariot racing, and it was sort of also sort of a political thing, and people would, I kid you not, would get stabbed in the streets if you were in the wrong part of of town and you were a blue as opposed to a green.
That's ridiculous. And also kind of amazing. People are weird.
Never underestimate how involved people can get in their sports.
Oh, how bored they get if there's not a war on, apparently.
I heard it toppled an empress once. Or nearly.
Wow. Fuck.
Leo is basically just going to
I think we
talk
just be
historical
entire
shit
for a
for
bit.
a while.
That's
Yeah.
yeah, Celestia loves when Leo talks historical shit. I think I just do that for a bit.
Until eventually, having polished off all of the sausages, little mushroom friend looks up, tugs you on your jacket.
What is it?
Just gestures.
They're right, aren't they? It's been a while, hasn't it?
Probably. I have no way of telling time here.
I will go and try and sleep, I suppose.
Puts her hand back on your shoulder and gives you another squeeze.
I like cover it with my hand for a sec and just squeeze back. Thank you. I'm really glad at how non-weird this was, actually.
Sleep well. Dream to me whenever you need. Have a good date.
Thank you. Send to me if you need a friend as well. Now that we know we can do this, that feels okay.
She nods. Will do.
Right.
Good night, Celestia.
Good night, Leo.
You step out of the bubble, and little mushroom friend follows after you. And sort of just gives you a little wave and starts waddling off
Bye.
as you start to fade out of existence and into sleep. And that is where we will bring things to a close for tonight. Thank you all very much for playing. Thank you all very much for listening. And farewell from all of us here at Flintlocks and Fireballs. Fair seas and natural 20s.
The battle's won, but so much lost. Who wants to dwell upon that cost? Pull up some cannons from the brine. Transform, have a whale of a time.
So gather your muskets, gather your spears, we'll plunder the shores of Calcinea. No kraken, storm or spell we fear, so come and sail with us, my dear.